63 Selmer and out towards Guys. We've got 63 in Glen and Corinth. Potts Camp, Hickory Flat, 65, 66 in Olive Branch, as well as Lewisburg, and 66 in Batesville to start off the day. 87 is where we're headed for today. A mixture of clouds and sunshine. And again, I wouldn't even say that it's going to be everybody that's going to be in the upper 80s. I think some spots will make a run for 90 to the south, to the north of us, middle and upper 80s this afternoon, with the northeasterly wind coming in around 10 to 15 miles per hour. One thing that you will notice, clouds will gradually be on the increase through the afternoon hours. Still a warm day, but not terrible. Remember, the average high this time of the year about 89 degrees, 90 degrees. 72, the overnight low. A chance for a passing shower or two late tonight with the northeasterly wind around 5 to 10 miles per hour. And that's probably when our best chances for rain will likely lie coming into your Wednesday. Thursday, a first alert to some changes in the forecast. While we are still forecasting a bit of rain in the forecast on Thursday, it's not to the same extent. Looks like the moisture is just not going to be able to get back in here quick enough. There's going to be a weak boundary that moves from west to east. East to west, rather, as we go into, it's backwards. It's going from east to west across the Mid-South tomorrow. That will help to facilitate the first batch of rain, but then there's not much behind that. Actually, what ultimately ends up happening is that boundary is going to get stalled out back over here closer to Little Rock. That's going to spawn off some showers as we get another front to approach us from the north and west. That will come sweeping through the area, taking us into the upcoming weekend, and that's going to bring in the cooler air. Tomorrow, we're going to put the higher rain chances from Memphis points westward across eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi. Now, it's not to say that in places like Alamo and Selmer and Corinth and Bolivar and Ripley and Walnut and Ashland tomorrow that you couldn't see rain. Still think that there's a chance, but maybe a slightly better chance of seeing that in this area highlighted in the darker green. So let's go with our hour-by-hour first alert futurecast. And I'm going to show you that here on the futurecast model. For today, again, starting off with some sunshine, clouds will be on the increase through the course of the afternoon hours. Well, look to the east of us. And again, along the I-65 corridor from Nashville to Huntsville down to Birmingham, line of showers develops here today. That is that boundary that is going to be working its way westward through the course of tonight into tomorrow. So that may spawn off a shower or two late tonight, early tomorrow morning. As you see here, by tomorrow morning, a few sporadic little showers possible on first alert Doppler radar. We go into tomorrow afternoon. We start to see a few more showers and thunderstorms developing, and not in every location. Temperatures will be running generally lower to middle 80s for your Wednesday, and we'll keep the opportunities for scattered showers even in the forecast into Wednesday night into early Thursday. So a few showers still possible early Thursday morning. Bulk of the rain to the west of us through Thursday afternoon. Notice the coverage of rain basically on the back doorstep of the Action News 5 coverage area. More clouds in through eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi. And again, a couple more showers in those locations as well. The farther east that you are, more sunshine likely to break back out as drier air tries to nudge in from the north and west. Here's a look at Moisture Tracker, and this will kind of give you another view of this. Remember, when you look at this, these colors, yellow, red, and almost black there, that is deeper moisture. Now, we're not going to see that coloration, the deeper black or brown colors here necessarily, but you'll see these yellows and oranges and reds start to resurge in our direction. That is that moisture boundary coming in our direction for tomorrow. So that gives us the better rain chances for your Wednesday. Notice, though, where you start to see these blues, that is drier air back closer to East Tennessee. And guess what? That's a northeasterly wind that's going to come pushing that moisture back down towards the south and east of us. Then look to the north and west. This is our cold front. That is going to be the sweeping cold front that comes sweeping through here on Friday, and behind that, cooler, less humid air moves in just in time for the upcoming weekend. At first alert to that, of course, this day ahead, still running a bit below average. And I think as a rule across the board this week, the temperatures are not going to run off to the races on highs. I think we'll be near or just below average the next few days. Friday, we run up to the middle and upper 80s before the cooler air 70s to near 80 degrees coming up for Saturday and Sunday. So if you're a fan of fall weather, this weekend is going to be the weekend to look forward to across the Mid-South. 87 today. Tomorrow, more clouds. A couple of showers will be possible, but not a washout. I don't think it's going to be everybody seeing rainfall. Even on Thursday, going to add in a little bit more sunshine, especially the farther east that you are, farther west, a little bit more in the way of clouds. Call it mostly cloudy across eastern Arkansas. partly cloudy across northeast Mississippi. So depending on where you are, that's how things will play out for your Thursday. But still a chance for a couple of showers, especially for the areas near and west of the Mississippi River. We go into Friday. We're waiting on that cold front to come sweeping through the area. The better rain chances probably north of I-40 on Friday. Saturday looks pretty good. 80 degrees, the high temperature, and that sets up well for the Memphis-Troy game over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's 11 o'clock kickoff. Yeah, you're going to have to get up early, but it will feel nice if you're going to be at Tiger Lane doing some tailgating. 73 at kickoff, 76 halftime, upper 70s by the end of the game. Mainly sunny skies and not a chance for rain anywhere close by, as we will be bone dry at that point. Same thing on Sunday. And look at these lows. I was just looking at some of the data, Andrew. Again, that's in the city, 58. And remember, you have kind of the urban heat island effect that happens inside the city. You start going out to the suburbs, I think we're going to be lower 50s in places like Bartlett and Collierville and Arlington and Millington. You start going into the exurbs, we're talking like Rossville, Oakland, Atoka and Munford, and down towards Hernando. Some of these spots could very well be in the low 50s, but there could be some cool pockets that could be in the upper 40s going into this upcoming weekend. Early portions of next week is not completely off of the table here. So again, some chilly nights coming up. At least I'd say cool in the city, but outlying areas, I mean, chilly in some spots as you're going off to church services early on Sunday and getting back to work on Monday. And you'll notice the temperatures start to come back up from the low 80s on Monday to the middle 80s on Tuesday, upper 80s by Wednesday, Thursday. And that, even with that being said, not a lot of moisture to work with. So rain chances will remain low and the humidity will remain in check as well.
You know, we have two football games, Patrick, in the Mid-South on Saturday. Of course, Memphis at home and Oxford, Ole Miss Rebels are at home. And I'm telling you, like, that Saturday day to tailgate, boy, is it going to be nice.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you've seen the video. I would assume your son probably sent you some of the videos of what happened at the Grove this past weekend with the mud. People, like, it's a whiteout game. And, of course, you know, it doesn't take very much rain. It could have just, like, sprinkled in the Grove, and it becomes a mud pit. And folks were, like, just dive bombing into the mud. I feel like it is a tradition there. When it does rain, people just go crazy in the mud. But, my goodness, they had themselves a time, to say the least, down in the Grove. At least they won the game. I mean, it was a blowout down there in Oxford, and hopefully, again, we go into the next couple of weeks. Ole Miss looking good. I mean, they've got a strong team, and same thing for Memphis. Memphis has got a good team, and we were just talking about it this morning. You know, not this week, but next week, Memphis is on the road to FSU, and they just have tanked 2 games. And one of them they were supposed to win, handedly. That was the one that was last night. I mean, you lose to Boston College at home? Who does that?
I know. And imagine, just imagine for a moment that here in the Mid-South we have 2 teams that make the college football playoff with Memphis and Ole Miss. That would be incredible.
Yes, it is a very strong possibility. You know, literally, you're going to get weather and sports here this morning on the Action News 5 digital desk. But yes, it is a very interesting thing that we could very well have 2 Mid-South teams going to play for national championship implications. Not to mention, Tennessee's juggernaut as well, doing very well over there in Knoxville. I think that they're going to have a good run as well. And Mississippi State, while they had a little bit of a cupcake team, didn't look terrible against Eastern Kentucky this past weekend. So we'll see how they do this weekend when they have to go up against Arizona State. Actually have, as we were saying, a Power 4, Power 5, like whatever one that you want to call it nowadays, opponent, and see how they play on the road over in Tempe coming up this weekend.
All right, meteorologist Patrick Ellis giving us the weather and a look ahead to the sports weekend. Patrick, thank you.
No problem.
All right. Okay, let's switch gears here and talk about how family, friends, and fellow coworkers are remembering the life and legacy of Dr. Jeff Mayo. He was the superintendent for Arlington Schools. Action News 5's Tavarius Haywood looks ahead to the funeral happening later this evening.
Now, since the passing of Dr. Mayo, there has been a ton of support from family, teachers, students, saying how much they will miss him and his leadership. Dr. Mayo's funeral is set for 6 p.m. tonight at Bellevue Baptist Church. Mayo passed away last week after his fight with cancer. He recently stepped down after making his diagnosis public. He was named the superintendent of Arlington Community Schools back in 2020. He served the district in several roles since it was created nearly a decade ago, including Chief of Staff. The school board appointed Chief of Human Resources, Dr. Allison Clark, as temporary superintendent. Again, that funeral is set for 6 p.m. tonight at Bellevue Baptist Church. The family is asking if you'd like to express sympathy, send any arrangement to the Memphis Funeral Home on Germantown Road. In Arlington, Tavarius Haywood, Action News 5.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. The use of illegal vapes is still very much a serious problem, especially when it comes to kids in high school. We're talking about teens, adolescents. They use these disposable e-cigs from China, and they have an extraordinary amount of concentrations of nicotine. They're highly addictive, and they're appealing to these kids and adolescents because of their appearance. They look like toys, they're school supplies, and they have all these different flavors. So how do we combat this? Because right now, according to a study since 2019, 60% of youth, high school kids, okay, reported using these disposable e-cigarettes. It's an awful situation. I know so many parents firsthand that have struggled to deal with this issue. Let's bring in someone to help us and discuss this in detail. I'm joined right now by Rich Marianos, a former ATF deputy director. He's joining us on the digital desk. Rich, thanks so much for joining us. Let's talk about this problem first off. Let's just kind of outline the problem, how pervasive it is, and how much of an epidemic it is. Good morning.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning. Let's just go with the statistics of what you said earlier. If 6 out of 10 kids are using it right now, it is a huge problem, especially right now with a new school year. We've seen in the last 5 years a 2,000% increase among young adults that are addicted to these vape products, and now they're going to be going into schools. Almost zombies is what I say. So addictive with products like Tyson's Heavyweight 1000 Puff Mango Cherry version, not manufactured by industry, manufactured by Chinese organized crime. But this addiction creates a disruption which affects our school system, our parental duties, school resource officers, our administrators. And if we don't grab a hold of Chinese organized crime that's involved in this, the problem will just become more and more severe every day going into this year.
How are these kids, because you know, I mean, both my kids are in college and they were in high school, and they would tell me certain bathrooms in the high school where these kids would vape and you know, have these flavors, cotton candy, creme brulee, that sort of thing. How do these kids, first off, get these products? Are they being sold everywhere? And why isn't there a crackdown on this kind of thing?
Well, let's start first. How are they getting it? A lot of it is through the websites and social media or illicit vape shops that are selling it directly to the kids that aren't paying attention to the laws. They're not paying attention to regulations, and they're actually putting out poison, unregulated Chinese poison to our children. What we need to be cognizant of and understand that this is our number one threat of national security. It's another vehicle for Chinese organized crime to come in, make more money on the backs of America, and go after our greatest resource, which is our children.
So bad, Rich. It just infuriates me as a parent and what my kids have told me about the epidemic and the problem that they see firsthand. So we've identified, this problem and how large it is. So let's talk about solutions for all those parents, the grandparents, family members out there.
Well, you brought it up a little bit earlier, and we need better enforcement. We need the government to pay attention to what's going on. We need states to develop a registry to what is illegal in terms of also what is legal for tobacco harm reduction. When these products first came out, the good ones are designed to get people away from combustibles, but the bad ones are now addicting our children. We need enforcement. We need to be giving the laws the tools, directories for law enforcement to go and put these vape shops out of business, to disrupt the supply chain, and understand that organized crime hits everyone. It's time that we hit back, and as a community, as a society, hit back in taking these out of the marketplace and making it safer for our young adults.
I couldn't agree more, Rich, especially when you talk about, this poison, for lack of a better term. I mean, we have no idea what's in this stuff. And, no matter where it's marketed, I mean, we have no idea what's in that, the long-lasting effects of some of that liquid, that vape liquid. Are there any places any states that, from your best vantage point, that do it right in terms of law enforcement, cracking down, anything like that? And if so, can we talk about them? Or if not, let's come up with some ideas and how we can push this to our state lawmakers.
The best strategy are those that have registries, that are working in concert with their law enforcement partners and coming up with a solution, working with their schools, identifying the delivery system that these young adults are using to sneak it, and then going out there again to arrest and disrupt the marketplace. Enforcement works. It always has worked, but let's go after the bad guys in the marketplace. Let's understand what the problem is and understand that the ones that are FDA approved are good for those who want to curtail combustible smoking. Everything else, it's a crime to possess, sell, and we need to get it out of the hands of our kids and enforce the government, not just to use the FDA, but give local law enforcement their tools to enforce it. The FDA is trying, but sending letters and going out there without a structured strategic plan is not the solution. We need a real law enforcement agency and real police to get behind this, to go after, again, our largest national security threat, and that is Chinese organized crime.
I think a lot of parents and grandparents, Rich, are saying, hey, can you say it louder for the people in the back? We have thousands of people watching us each and every morning here on the digital desk. If they want to do something and they agree 100% with what you're saying, what would you recommend they do?
First thing, let's go on our website, website put together with some partners, illegalvapes.com, that has all the information on good practices, even failed practices, good articles, bad articles, but it gives the picture of how to do this and how to do it right and create a holistic approach. We can't do this in a vacuum. Our politicians have to. They must work with the school system. They must work with the parents. They must get involved in the community and hear what the biggest problems are. You talked about the bathroom vape location. They need to understand that some of these schools have locations where these kids know to go that are unsupervised, and it's a problem. It's a threat. They need to work together in this, what I call the holistic approach, rather than make these decisions in the vacuum. And then further, if it's the FDA, ATF, if it's local police, whoever it may be, that they need to use resources to target this problem.
Totally agree there. IllegalVapes.com. Anything else you want to mention this morning, Rich, we haven't touched on you feels important? It's truly an epidemic that we need to crack down on and get under control.
Parents need to understand that this is a terrible issue. It is affecting the way our kids are developing, how their brains are developing by the use of these illegal vape products. And they also need to take a stronger approach. Some can't just brush it away that my kids aren't in gangs, my kids aren't using drugs. If vape is the only problem, it's okay, I'll live with it. That's the wrong response. It's the wrong attitude. And they need to take a more aggressive approach to jump in and realize that a product that's manufactured for kids by organized crime needs to be taken very, very seriously. And it's not only a threat to public safety, but it's a threat to public health.
IllegalVapes.com. Rich Marianos, former ATF Deputy Director. We really appreciate this discussion this morning on the Digital Desk. Thank you for letting us know about not only your website, but also best practices to crack down on this awful epidemic that's affecting so many teens and adolescents out there. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share the correct information out there.
A little bit about pickleball. We've talked about how it is the fastest growing sport in the U.S. right now. There has been a report released, 36.5 million people have played pickleball at least once in the last year. That's 14% of the adult population. But here's the thing, with all these people playing pickleball, and some of those games and some of those matches are very competitive. I've seen it firsthand. There are injuries associated with pickleball. In fact, Memphis' own Campbell Clinic just released the first and only study of its kind talking about the most common injuries when it comes to pickleball. Let's talk to someone who knows a little bit about this recent study. I have the pleasure now to join, to have Dr. Fred Azar, Chief of Staff of Campbell Clinic, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Dr. Azar, always good to see you. How are things at Campbell Clinic? Good morning.
Great to see you. Thanks for having me. Everything's
Appreciate
great.
you being here. So let's talk about this first of its kind study that really kind of dives deep into some of the most common injuries associated with pickleball.
So we noticed a few years ago that we had some patients coming in with these pickleball injuries, and there was a little bit of a pattern. People in their 50s, 60s, and 70s were coming in with injuries, and we felt like there was a need to make them aware that these injuries could happen playing pickleball. So we looked around the literature, and there was really not much in the literature to educate our patients. So we decided to do this study. We wanted to, first of all, review the literature to see what was out there. And secondly, we launched a survey so we could get our patients to participate in this survey to give us information that we could provide broadly. So we published this study. It's not published yet, but it's been accepted for publication. It'll be out soon. It's got information on raising the awareness of pickleball injuries, review the literature, and also we've included our survey with some information there on some recommendations on how to avoid injuries.
So let's talk about some of the most common injuries that you saw in this study when it came to pickleball.
So we found that we've so far have over 500 participants. This is our survey. not the royal literature, but it's pretty much in sync with what's out there in the literature. About 55% were women, 45% men, and 2/3 were more than 55 years of age. The majority of injuries are soft tissue injuries, meniscal tears, tendonitis like Achilles tendonitis or rotator cuff tendonitis, back strains, ankle sprains are pretty common. About 40% were fractures, the most common being wrist fractures from falls, usually backwards when attempting to go back to make a shot.
Got it. Are there maybe some best practices? We have so many people that love pickleball. Are there maybe some best practices out there to try and prevent some of these injuries, doctor?
Certainly, the number one thing is awareness you can get hurt. This is a sport that's relatively new, just raising the awareness for that. Certainly, warming up is really important. You want to be able to warm up and cool down properly, just like you do with any sport. You need proper equipment, so shoe wear is really important. Running shoes aren't great for it. A tennis shoe is better, it's a more low-profile shoe. Some people want to brace a knee or an ankle if they've got an ailment. That's important to do. And also, really, moderation and cross training. It's not great to play this sport 5 days a week, 3 hours at a time. You're going to come in with some overuse injury. Hydration is really important too. We actually found that, and I don't mean alcohol, we found that 6% of participants, at least in our survey, were consuming alcohol while playing the sport. So it's really important to think about hydrating, but not in that respect. It's a pretty social sport, but hydrating without alcohol is a pretty good way to go. And then really play to your level. Don't try and play somebody who's going to be a lot tougher than you competition-wise. Play to your level. Listen to your body. So if you think you've got something brewing, step aside and let somebody else play.
Alcohol during pickleball, that sounds crazy and scary and something that no one should be able to do. I mean, because
It's not like golf. It's a little.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on there. I mean, where I work out at my gym, there are pickleball courts, and they're always packed, and there are some fierce games. And you're part of the Memphis Mid-South area. I mean, you've seen all these pickleball courts going up everywhere. I mean, it is growing fast across the country and here in the U.S. Some people think it's an older person's sport, but I'm seeing everybody, young, old, all demographics playing this sport. Anything else you'd like to share, Dr. Azar, about this to maybe kind of minimize anyone getting hurt?
Well, you're right. It started out as an older person sport, but now everybody's playing it. I think that the important thing for us is to bring awareness to patients and people that are playing the sport that you can become injured. And raising that awareness we think is really important. And then giving some information on how we can do to prevent injuries. That's what we're all about, injury prevention. And people that want to participate in our survey, go to camelclinic.com. You can click on the link to the survey. We're trying to get more information out there so we can build a survey and we can advance the knowledge of this sports to all people who are participating in it.
Okay, so 500 participants, a part of this study, and you said, is it posted right now on camelclinic.com so our viewers can see for themselves?
The survey is available. The publication will be out soon, and we'll have that link too. But we want people to participate in the survey. Again, we've got over 500 people so far. We want to add to that survey.
Got it. All right, Dr. Fred Azar, Campbell Clinic Chief of Staff. Really appreciate your time on the digital desk. Feel free to come on any other time to keep us up to date on whatever's happening, pickleball or not. Thanks so very much. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Innovative early education providers are prioritizing topics beyond the traditional ABCs, 1, 2, 3, those elementary aspects to early childhood development. They're now teaching life skills to prepare children for the future. Most parents do appreciate this approach. In fact, a survey from Kiddie Academy found that 62% of parents prioritize learning soft skills under the age of 8. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this. I am joined by Sharon Latwinick, and she is with Kiddie Academy Life Essentials Curriculum Advisory Council member. Sharon, thanks so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. So tell me a little bit more about this survey and what's being implemented in early childhood education. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. You know, we know how critical the first 5 years of a child's development are. From birth to age 5, a child's brain is developing faster than at any other time in their life. And research has shown that the quality of a child's experiences in those first few years of life actually help shape how their brain develops. And that's why it's so important for childcare providers to create learning moments in real time, each and every day, that can transfer to life outside the classroom. And that means working to create and support a strong classroom to home connection.
Gotcha. Okay, so let's talk specifics for a minute, Sharon, and tell me about these life skills that are important for these young children. I suspect we're talking about children under the age of 8, right?
Correct. We know that in early childhood education, Andrew, that it needs to be focused on developing the whole child. And we know that we want children to be exposed to things like critical thinking, the ABCs. But we also know that when it comes to soft skills, it's really important to provide children with the opportunity for socialization, opportunities to talk about confidence, exploring children's natural curiosity. We want to help children create connections to the things around them. And when we talk about a focus on creative expression, we're talking with children and helping children become comfortable expressing what's unique about them, their ability to express ideas and thoughts. So those are some of the soft skills that the Life Essentials curriculum is focusing on.
I love it. I mean, it sounds fantastic. It sounds like that is the right and correct way to implement these kind of soft skills at an earlier age. How are parents being able to reinforce these skills at home?
You know, I think so many preschool parents have asked their child the question, "What did you do at school today?" only to hear their child respond with nothing or "I just played." And while playing is a perfectly good reply, since we know children learn through play, as parents and family caregivers, we probably want to hear a little bit more. If as a parent, I've built a strong relationship with my child's educator, I am getting daily reports on the activities that my child is doing. I have access to look at a lesson plan, so I understand the theme, what they did in the morning versus what activities they did in the afternoon. For a parent, that puts me in a position to maybe ask a more direct question. Maybe I'm asking my child what they learned about bears because I know that was a focus for them today. As a parent, it gives me the opportunity to take that activity. Maybe we're going to talk about what bears eat and make a snack. Maybe my child's going to teach me a bear song. I'm definitely in tune and connected to the conversations and the learning activities that my child is using each and every day in their childcare classroom. That gives me also an opportunity to share what my child's doing at home with that child's educator at drop off and pick up. And that's going to further strengthen the learning connections for my child between the academy and at home.
So let me ask you this, because we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Sharon. If someone is watching us now and they like what you're saying and they really appreciate it, where can they go for more information to learn more about this and perhaps a curriculum that's what you're describing close here to Memphis in the Mid-South?
So that's easy to do. Families can visit kiddieacademy.com, and once they get there, they can click on Find an Academy near you. They can book a tour directly through the website, or they may want to reach out to the Academy directly and make a phone call. The number's listed on the website. The best way to experience Life Essentials curriculum and get to know what Kiddie Academy has to offer is by experiencing an academy firsthand. And for more than 40 years, Kiddie Academy has been a leader in providing high quality education that prepares children not just for school, but for life.
Okay, Sharon Latwinick, we appreciate your time this morning on the Digital Desk. Thanks very much. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There was a new survey. It was a national survey from Discover, and it said 80% of American consumers are anxious about their financial situation. That doesn't surprise me. We've seen this all across Memphis and the Mid-South time and again. Some of the factors involved: high inflation, everyday expenses, the economy, income, debt. Those are among the top stressors fueling the anxiety. Again, this is due to a national survey here from Discover. Financial stress is severe. Let's talk about ways to reduce that stress that we have so often in this economy and in this world that we live in. I'm joined right now by Dan Nickel, VP of Discover Personal Loans, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. So, Dan, good morning to you. Tell me more about this national survey. I think it was your group that put it together.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. You mentioned the headline. 80% of Americans are feeling some level of financial anxiety. Perhaps not surprising, but it is certainly something we'd like to see come down over time. And unfortunately, that number has remained consistently high for the last 3 years. That 80% number is virtually the same result we've had for 3 years running. And at the top of the factors that are contributing to financial stress are high inflation and high everyday expenses, two things that are very closely associated with one another.
They certainly are. And where do you think, Dan, that people make their biggest mistakes when it comes to, financial anxiety and making things worse? Where do people go wrong?
I think being unprepared is one thing. Ideally, everyone would have an emergency fund. But the other thing, if they're already in debt, is not believing that they can get out of it. So our survey found that 1/3 of Americans don't expect to ever get out of debt. And that's quite discouraging. I'm more of an optimist, and I believe that there's quite a bit that people can do, from making a budget, but also to potentially taking out a consolidation loan that might allow them to lower the rate that they're paying on their debt so they can get out of it faster.
Yes, I've heard that. That is a great idea and suggestion. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about some ways to minimize that stress, that anxiety that we all have, or many of us have, I should say, around our financial situation, Dan.
Yeah, so we found that Gen Z, for example, 42% of them don't even want to look at their financial statements or their bank statements. That's not going to be a winning strategy. So you have to get out your bank statements and you have to start with a solid budget. You want to have a good understanding of everything that's coming in, of course, but also where it's going so that you can put those dollars to work as hard as they can for you. And if possible, eliminating expenses is going to allow you to allocate more of your hard-earned income towards paying down debt. That's the key. You got to put more towards debt so you can get out of debt faster.
So does that mean, I know some people out there that, they'll say, well, I have this huge car payment and I have this mortgage that I got to pay and I got 3 kids and they have their expenses. And so I need to take a second or a third job. I mean, what do you tell someone like that? We have thousands of people that watch here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Dan, and they're probably wondering a little bit of the same. Where do we begin?
Yeah, I think that stress is understandable. It's been challenging. Incomes have not kept pace with the rising costs out there. And so you have to be prepared and you have to understand your options. That's what I tell people is that they can do it. And they want to look at ways that they can reduce the cost of their debt and be prepared for anything that might come at them in an unexpected way. A water heater can go out at any minute. You have to have a plan so that you're ready to confront those things and not put yourself into a deeper hole.
Okay, so if we're doing bullet points right here, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like the top bullet point needs to be create a cash reserve account. And that's for any kind of emergencies out there. Take me through maybe 2 more or 3 more bullet points.
Yeah, so an emergency fund is going to give you that cushion for when something comes. That's the top of the list. The next thing is to make a budget. There's so many different budgeting strategies out there, and there's different ways to go about it. But look up the one that you feel most comfortable with, pull out a pencil and paper, and understand each line item of your personal balance sheet. The next thing is to look for opportunities within that budget to allocate more money towards debt. And then the last thing I would say is to look for opportunities to reduce the interest rate you're paying on any debt. A consolidation loan is a great way to potentially get that win.
I like it. I like it. These are tangible options for our audience out there to start reducing debt and reducing that financial anxiety. Anything else you want to mention, Dan, before we let you go that you haven't mentioned yet?
Yeah, what I would say is that when you're choosing a provider for a personal loan, you want to make sure that you pick one with no origination fee. An origination fee erodes how much of the cash from that loan you get in your pocket that you could put towards debt payments. And so if you took out a $20,000 loan and it had an origination fee, you might only get $18,000 in your pocket, but you'd be tasked with paying back the full 20. So look for a provider that's going to offer a loan with no origination fee. Discover Personal Loans is proud to offer such a product, and your audience can check their rate without any impact to their credit score at discoverpersonalloans.com.
DiscoverPersonalLoans.com. Managing debt, reducing financial anxiety. Dan Nickel, VP of Discover Personal Loans. Really appreciate the tangible options that you gave us here. Great news you can use. Thanks so very much for coming on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and living with eczema. If you have it, or perhaps you have a family member that does, it can be so difficult and so very frustrating for those caught in that relentless cycle of chasing flares and the redness and the itchiness and the rashes that occur And then they can occur anywhere all over the body. The good news is there is a brand new once daily steroid free cream that can really help manage and help control eczema so you can enjoy your summer and all throughout the year, all the months throughout the year. Let's bring in a board certified dermatologist to talk about this new once daily cream. I'm joined now by Dr. Adam Friedman. He is on the digital desk. And Doctor, thank you for joining us. Let's talk about this issue and not only the issue of eczema, living with it and some of the difficulties, but this new breakthrough. Good morning.
Good morning. No, thanks so much for having me here. And you teed it up perfectly. This is one of the most common chronic relapsing inflammatory skin diseases that also commonly imparts a horrific impact on quality of life and also skin. And to your point that it can occur anywhere on the body and the spectrum of clinical presentations is so diverse, making the right diagnosis can be a challenge. And so for me, one of the helpful clues when trying to distinguish this from other things, the itch of atopic dermatitis really stands out as an itch that feels amazing to scratch, but not so amazing because that scratching will actually make the condition worse, but also add a level of ostracism because people will say, well, just don't scratch, you'll get better. And that's absolutely not true. And that actually adds to the burden of disease by saying something like that. So that's why I've partnered with Arcutis to really raise awareness about the condition, but also to your point, talk about new options that can really get this under control.
Okay, so let's talk about that, doctor, because we know that the summer months, that's kind of when a lot of people that live with eczema, those that condition tends to flare up, doesn't it?
It can, so the physical heat, which we've had plenty of, the sweating that ensues, but also products we use to protect ourselves from the sun and from bugs. All of those can uniquely worsen active disease or even wake it up to begin with. But this is a year-round problem. Different elements, different environmental factors can trigger this. So patients are worrying about the next flare even during a flare, which absolutely sounds horrible. That's a really horrible way to live in terms of foreseeing when this is even going to get worse. And the summer can certainly do that.
So let's talk about ways that people can care for their skin if they have eczema throughout the year, whether it's winter, summer, spring, fall, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so there's some basic rules that apply year-round for everyone. First is limit soap use and make sure you're using a soap that is meant for someone with eczema. It actually will say it on the bottle. More importantly, apply a moisturizer to damp skin, to trap water into the skin, as dry skin is a central piece of this condition, and your skin needs a little bit of water in there for it to make itself correctly. Now, these are great, but often don't cut it. And that's where FDA-approved medications, whether it be topical or even systemic, meaning they work from the inside out, can be extraordinarily impactful. And the most recent one that was just approved is called Zoryve or Roflumilast, 0.15% cream that is indicated for once-a-day use for mild to moderate eczema for those 6 and up. And remember, this affects so many ages. It's important to have options that can be used across that spectrum.
Where can people go to learn more information about this new medication, maybe some of the side effects? Are there any, by the way? And where can they go?
Yeah, so first off, easy answer. You can go to Zoryve, ZORYVE.com for more information about the medication and atopic dermatitis. In terms of safety, overall, very well tolerated. The most common side effects included headache, nausea, and site application pain. But this only occurred in roughly a few % of those studied. And we're talking about a study over 1,000 people in number. So when you have a study that size, it gives you a lot of confidence about the data with respect to how a drug will behave in individuals suffering with this condition.
Anything else, Dr. Friedman, you'd like to mention with regards to living with eczema, how to take care of your skin, this new medication? Anything else?
Yeah, I think this is the era of eczema. Just 10, 15 years ago, we had very limited options, and now there's so much attention being paid to this condition. Also, it's important to note that someone suffering eczema is not on their own island. This condition can affect the entire family because of its impact on sleep, school, job, you name it. So getting it under control and maintaining that control is of the utmost importance for everyone.
Okay, Dr. Adam Friedman, board certified dermatologist. We appreciate your time. Thank you for illuminating us to some of the new treatments for eczema and best practices. We appreciate it. Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Have you thought about having a will? Perhaps you already have one. Well, so many people wait. They wait for life-changing events, health scares, maybe property purchases, parenthood, you starting to have kids. They wait for those moments in order to consider having a will, but it's so important to have because that's really allowing you to ensure your final wishes are honored. And instead of going somewhere else or instead of things happening where you don't want them to happen, your wishes are honored in a legal will. So how hard is it to get a will? How much does it cost? Is it very time consuming? Let's bring in someone to help us navigate this issue. I'm joined right now by Ashley Robinson. She's a senior director at LegalZoom. They do all kinds of wills for us. She's joining us on the digital desk. Ashley, good morning to you. So for our audience right now, can you tell us exactly what a will is and how important it is to have this kind of legal document? Good morning.
Absolutely. Good morning. So think of your will like your personal playbook for what happens after you leave the party. It's a legal document that outlines how you want your treasures divvied up after you're gone. That could be your bank accounts, your real estate, your favorite guitar, even your beloved pets. But why is it important? Well, if you do not have an estate plan in place, the state's default settings could kick in and they would decide how things would be divided up. And in some rare cases, everything you own could end up in the hands of the state. So to avoid all of that potential family drama and definitely lost time and money, by getting that will in place, you are protecting what matters the most to you and your loved ones and your legacy.
Yeah, the last thing we want is for all of our property, our estate to go to the state or somewhere else where we don't want it to go. So, when do we, Ashley, say, when's the best time to say, okay, I'm going to make a will, I'm going to have it done this week or this month? Is there a certain time when people should do it?
I think August 15th is a great time to do it. The month of August is National Make a Will Month. This is a perfect time to get this process started. And you're absolutely right. Most Americans procrastinate. And in fact, 2 out of 3 Americans don't have a will at all. And so a lot of them are procrastinating for those big milestones or even a really scary medical incident. You shouldn't wait. Don't wait for those milestones to give you that nudge. Get it started today. We've got great deals. Basic will starting at $89 for the month of August.
Wow, that's nothing. So let's talk about some of those misconceptions because a lot of people think, oh, well, it's so complicated. It costs way too much. It's kind of morbid. I don't want to think about this. Let's navigate through some of those misconceptions.
Absolutely. So there's 2 major misconceptions that really keep people from getting their wills in place. The first is they think they don't need it. They think they're either too young or there's not enough money in the bank account. But the fact is anyone at any stage of life or income level should be really thinking about their estate plan. You can be as young as 18 to have a will in place. The second misconception is that they think it costs a fortune to get the will together. And as I mentioned, we have processes that make that easy and affordable to everybody, and you don't have to go to a lawyer's office to get it done.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, can you do it on your own? Do you need an attorney? What would you recommend for someone? We have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here, Ashley, and they're probably thinking, well, gosh, I don't have time to hang out at an attorney's office for 5 hours. How do we do this?
Absolutely. Well, yes, you can do it on your own, and we've got some great do-it-yourself wills through our website, but having an attorney available to help really gives you peace of mind. The way I like to think about it is whether you should cut your own hair. Should you cut your own hair? You can, but should you? Not really. Looking to an expert to help you through that process will really give you that peace of mind. And particularly for a will, they'll make sure the paperwork is filled out properly so it will be rock solid to hold up in court. We have a great network of attorneys that can help customers across all 50 states. Unlimited revisions, advice, and as we said, no trips to a lawyer's office required.
Where do people make their biggest mistakes when it comes to a will? I know some people out there, they might think, well, I'll just put it down, to anyone who reads this, this is my last will and testament. I mean, is that one of the mistakes they do? What are some other mistakes?
I think the biggest mistake is not having a will, right? As we talked about, it's so important to have. If you want to keep your legacy intact, if you want to make sure your loved ones are taken care of after you're gone, having a will really is the ultimate way to protect what matters most.
Okay, so we've talked about a number of different things here. If someone's watching and they want maybe 3 basic headlines of what to do, just some bullet points, where would they start?
Well, the best place to start really is LegalZoom.com. We've got great deals this month through the month of August, National Make a Will Month, where you can start the process really early on. But if someone is trying to determine, is a will or a trust the right thing for me, talking to an attorney and figuring out what's best for your scenario and what the legacy is that you want to leave behind, that's really the way to do it. So anyone can go to LegalZoom.com to find out more.
Okay, Ashley Robinson, thank you for spelling this out for us. Really made it easy to understand. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, another
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A looking fine type of situation across the Mid-South here today as clouds gradually begin to increase. Temperatures in the upper 80s as we go through the course of the afternoon hours. A northeasterly wind around 10 to 15 miles per hour. One thing that you will notice is as we go through the course of the day, the clouds will be on the increase. So starting off with sunshine, gradually through the course of the mid to late morning, we'll call it partly cloudy, partly sunny by lunchtime, and mostly cloudy by the end of the day, and turning just plain cloudy, mostly cloudy at least, through the overnight period tonight. The overnight low 72 as we start to see a chance for a passing shower by early on your Wednesday morning. That comes by way of a backwards front coming into the area, moving from east to west as we go through the course of your day tomorrow. Today, we should be mostly dry. If there's going to be any shower chances, it's probably going to be in our easternmost communities. And then as we head into Wednesday, closer to the Mississippi River points westward, a little better chance for rain. And notice Thursday, it's not a ton of rain on the way. And actually, that may be a thing that has changed up in the forecast as we've gone through the last 24 hours, as some drier air may sneak back into the fold, at least briefly, for that point in time. Let's go with our hour-by-hour first alert futurecast here today. And again, a lot of clouds building in our direction. Notice to the east of us, a band of showers and thunderstorms developing along the I-65 corridor from Nashville to Huntsville down to Birmingham, moving westward. That will kick up a couple of showers overnight tonight into the start of your Wednesday. A lot of clouds through the day on Wednesday will keep the temperatures at bay. We may see a few showers and thunderstorms bubbling up by late morning, early afternoon. That's probably our best chances for seeing some scattered showers as we go through the afternoon hours. Not everybody finding themselves wet, but there will be some pockets where rain may be a little bit more prevalent in other locations. We'll start to see things drying out slowly for Thursday morning. A few lingering showers amid the clouds that will begin to break up for more peaks of sunshine. And notice more rain to the west of the Action News 5 coverage area during the afternoon hours of Thursday, and we'll see some blow-off clouds moving in our direction as well. So kind of a back and forth between clouds and sunshine, and still a risk for a few showers, but the coverage of rain may be a little bit lower. And the reasoning why is some drier air trying to sneak in across the area for Thursday. Speaking to that, before that happens, Wednesday, surge of moisture comes in. That's that backdoor front that's going to move in from east to west going into Wednesday. So a little surge of moisture coming in here where you see these yellows and oranges and reds. That's going to continue westward. Notice the blues coming in behind it. That's the drier air trying to sneak in behind it, at least briefly, before an actual cold front starts moving through the area. This is the cold front moving towards the Mid-South Friday evening. That may kick up a couple of showers Friday evening, Friday night, before everything clears out and much cooler, drier air filters into the Mid-South heading into the upcoming weekend. You will definitely notice a big difference in our temperatures, not only in the highs, but also in the overnight low temperatures. Highs on Saturday and Sunday expected to be in the upper 70s and near 80 degrees both days. So some fantastic weather setting up for us during that time frame. 87 the high today, though, back and forth between clouds and sunshine, adding in a couple of chances for showers on your Wednesday. It's not going to be a washout, and it's not going to be in every location. Some of you will stay completely dry on Wednesday. Thursday, still a chance for a few showers. We'll call it partly sunny there, partly sunny again on Friday as we get ready for that cold front to move through the area. Typically right ahead of a cold front, get compressional heating. And so if we get enough sunshine and lack of rain, which doesn't look to be the most prevalent thing with this front moving through the area, there might be a few showers along the front Friday evening, Friday night. It will clear us out going into Saturday. I think Saturday's going to look fantastic. Of course, we got a lot of football games going on for high school football games on Friday. Hopefully, we'll stay dry this week. Last week, it was kind of hit or miss when it came down to rain and storms across the region. And some folks stayed dry. Other folks, well, you know, it came down quick, fast, and in a hurry. The Memphis Tigers going up against the Troy Trojans at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, 11 a.m. kickoff on Saturday. Not bad. Lots of sunshine, comfortable air, north breeze flowing through here around 10 to 15 miles per hour. You will definitely notice a difference that day. And when you wake up early on Sunday morning, upper 50s in the city, that means lower 50s in the outlying areas. So we'll probably do that again Sunday night into Monday morning to kick off the new work and school week, low 80s. And I'll tell you, the extended forecast, the humidity levels don't really go up that much throughout much of next week. No, the temperatures will rebound. We'll get closer to average for this time of the year in the middle and upper 80s Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a mixture of more sunshine than clouds. But at least, again, the humidity levels remaining on the lower end of the spectrum. The best chances for rain for us likely coming in here Wednesday, even Thursday. Again, kind of teetering on that because the bulk of the moisture will be pushed down towards the south and west of the Action News 5 coverage area, thanks to a northeasterly wind that's going to rebuild into the area for Thursday. We'll get ready for that front to move through here Friday, and we're off to the races for a great weekend and comfortable air for the first full weekend of September.
Digital. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and when we talk about Memphis, there are several things we talk about. We talk about the amazing food, we talk about the sports, and we talk about the music history and the music events that happen in this city and in this area each and every year, one of which is Mempho Music Fest that is coming up, rapidly approaching October 4th through the 6th. I'm joined right now by the head of production for Mempho Music Festival, Mike Smith, on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Mike, good morning to you. How are things?
Hey, Andrew. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you being here. So I understand that there was a big change to Mempho. One of which is Jack White coming to Mempho and being one of the headliners. Tell me about that.
Yeah, that's correct. We had booked the band, the Queens of the Stone Age, and unfortunately for some health reasons, they're having to suspend some of their dates. We wish them a speedy recovery, but we were really, really fortunate to be able to lock in Jack White pretty quickly, and with his known success and new material out, and just the way he's campaigning his shows right now, we thought it was a perfect fit for what we were doing, and just super, super excited to have him on board.
Oh, yeah, he's a big name. I mean, you know, anyone that's been to any kind of sporting event, I can guarantee you have heard Seven Nation Army at some point during that game, because that is an iconic song you hear in every arena across this country. Of course, he was the lead singer of White Stripes. Now he's on his own. And a number of different headliners there. Trey Anastasio is a member of the band Fish. For a while, Goose is someone that's certainly making a lot of waves in terms of downloads. Tell us what else fans can expect.
You know, we're super excited about the Roots. Everyone's familiar with Questlove and the guys that are on the Late Show with Jimmy Fallon every night. And then, you know, we're excited about Cody Jinks, great country artist, really making a lot of waves in that scene. So just we've got a lot of good stuff to offer people.
Yeah, Sublime with Rome, and Sublime, something that I'm very familiar with, going back to the 90s. But I think it was, the lead singer passed away, and so this is a new lead singer, but some of the same hits, right?
That's correct. Rome's been with Sublime since the lead singer passed away, and I do believe that they're only doing a few shows with this lineup, and Mempho is fortunate enough to have one of the last few shows that they're going to do like this.
That's fantastic. And so I've been to a couple of Memphos over the years. Always a great time. I mean, a music festival is always a lot of fun, regardless of whether you like the music or not, or just a casual fan. You're always going to have a good time. So, and at Memphis Botanic Garden, which is a wonderful backdrop for this festival, tell us about some of the other things, in addition to the bands, that people can take advantage of.
You know, the garden is such a great partner in this event with us, such a beautiful location and setting for what we're able to do there. Some of the other things that we bring in is we bring in the Incendia Dome, which is a big fire dome that we have silent discos in, and local DJs, national DJs all perform in there. We'll also are good partners with the Overton Park Shell, and we'll bring in their Overton Park mobile stage, Shell stage, and we'll have some local artists and regional artists playing on that stage as well. So just lots of activities, lots of fun things. All of our charitable partners will have representation there, and yeah, we're just super excited.
Yeah, so you have 3 stages. This is the first weekend in October, October 4th through the 6th at Memphis Botanic Garden. Let's talk about tickets, ticket prices, and some of the different ways that people can take advantage and get in the door.
Yeah, absolutely. Tickets are on sale right now. The Tier 1 tickets are almost gone, so the price is going to increase, I believe next week, if you don't get your tickets this week, they are going to go up. So go ahead and lock those in. There's a 3-day option that saves you a little bit of money if you want to come all 3 days, and there's single-day options that you can get as well, and all those can be found at the Mempho Fest website.
Excellent, excellent. Anything else you want to mention with regards to this year's event? I mean, this is going on what, 5 years, 6 years, something like that?
This will actually be our seventh year doing Mempho
Seventh.
Music Fest. And yeah, 7th year doing it. Super excited. We just look forward to bringing people new experiences, getting to check out some music maybe they haven't heard before. A lot of smiles, a lot of happy faces, dancing, having a good time.
That sounds great. I love it, and it is always. It's such a. We live in such an amazing music town that anytime there's a 3-day festival of music, people need to take advantage of it for sure. Listen, Mike Smith, really appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you, and good luck. The first weekend in October should be a great time.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. Appreciate you having me on.
News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. There is a new study that reveals that many patients are still paying out of pocket to prepare for a colonoscopy. In other words, they are paying for that medication, if you will, that extremely powerful laxative in order to prep your body for a colonoscopy. And there is a group out there that is trying to change all that. I'm joined right now by Chris Evans. She is a Colon Cancer Coalition president and is someone that is fighting to reduce barriers for colonoscopies, and one of which would be that medicine that you take beforehand. Chris, good morning to you. Tell me exactly what you and others are fighting for. Good morning.
Good morning. If we know that colonoscopy prevents or detects colon cancer at very early stages, but that's only when the colonoscopy is a clean colon, and that's what your prep is for. And so it's an integral part of that colonoscopy to have that prep. And most patients don't know they have choices in prep. There are so many out there on the market, and that some are readily uncovered by insurance, and some of them are not covered at all by insurance. So this is what we're trying to get the message out there.
Why would some be covered by insurance and not others? Is it just because it's too expensive?
Well, all of them are supposed to be, except for the over-the-counter, which is very commonly prescribed. So that's kind of our point, is that every patient can tolerate a different kind of prep. There's 4-liter preps, there's 2-liter preps, there's pill form. There's all kinds of choices, and depending on your situation as a patient, you're going to like and tolerate one of those better than the other. So that's what we want to get out there, is for people to talk to their doctors and really find out which one's the best, and it all should be covered by insurance.
Yeah, I have to say I had one recently, and in the preparation for it, I remember I did have to pay, but it was like a copay. That insurance did pay for a portion of that laxative or whatever it was that cleans you out. They did pay for a portion of it, so it was a nominal fee, maybe $10, $15. Would you like to see like no fee at all? Is that what you're talking about?
no fee. You're lucky enough that one that you have insurance and that you're able to cover that. But we experience patients who have so many barriers to colonoscopy with transportation, childcare, time off work, just everything economic like that, that we don't want any cost because it's an integral part of this test. You cannot have a good colonoscopy without a good prep.
Gotcha. So tell me what you and your coalition are going to do to move forward with this.
So we're kind of working legislatively. We know that the the ACA said this has to be paid for, and it's just kind of falling through the cracks. I think with that copay, like it's a medication versus part of a screening colonoscopy, and we want people to. This is a piece of the screening colonoscopy. It is an umbrella. It is the same. It is not different, and it should be paid for fully. So we're working towards that, and we're also working to get the word out through your listeners to have that, to advocate for themselves, to demand that from their colonoscopy provider.
Okay, so we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. Anything that you would like them to do? Is there a place where they can go online?
You can always get a hold of us at www.coloncancercoalition.org. We have lots of information about colon cancer and about our events. And in there, there's an info line. If you need some help, email us. We'll get involved. Just really think about the prep, not just the test. The test sort of overwhelms your mind when you have to go for a colonoscopy. And so then step back a minute, think about the prep, and think about asking those questions, whether you're diabetic, whether you can't tolerate large volumes of liquid, whether pills make you can't swallow pills. There's all kinds of really good considerations to not take the prep as a sideline. It's actually the main part of the test. And so let's talk about it. Let's get it the right thing for you, what you tolerate and what you can afford.
Okay, Chris Evans, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thank you very much for the info, the knowledge, and good luck with your coalition's push to make it all paid for by insurance. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. The Memphis Botanic Garden is one of my favorite places in Memphis. It is such a gem. We have so many gems in this area, and Memphis Botanic Garden is one of them. And there is a new storybook trail that is set to open September 28th. Joining me now to talk more about it and to give us the details, I'm joined now by Brianna Helms. She is Membership and Volunteer Coordinator and Manager at Memphis Botanic Garden. Brianna, thank you for joining us. So tell us about this storybook trail. I'm very intrigued. Good morning.
Good morning. We were very, very lucky to get a grant through the Governor's Early Literacy Foundation. And through that, we were able to have a story trail for this book right here called Lola Plants Her Garden. It's a really fun story for families and children to kind of see how to plant a garden from the very beginning stages all the way through, which is perfect for our location.
That sounds amazing. And again, this is September 28th from 10 until noon. There's going to be a ribbon cutting ceremony, very family friendly. What can people expect when they come out there?
Yeah, you can expect a really family friendly, fun environment. We're going to have some story times. We'll sit down and read the book. We will also have crafts and activities that kind of have the same themes as in the book. We'll also feature a snack time. Of course, it's the perfect time for a snack before nap for little ones. And then the story trail will be open. So it will start right behind me and we'll kind of snake through around our urban home garden. And this garden is great for kids and families because it features chickens and large vegetable and fruit patches where they can actually see food growing, as well as our honeybees. So it'll be a super fun and family friendly event.
It sounds like it. I mean, you know, it's always great when little kids go out and explore nature, and certainly Memphis Botanic Garden is a great place to do that. And here is an opportunity to have story time and to learn something valuable like building your own garden. This sounds fantastic for everybody, even from, you know, not necessarily super tiny kids, but some that are a little bit older, right?
Absolutely. This book is geared towards ages like 2 to 5. However, the lessons and the content of this book can go far past that. You know, I didn't start planting my own garden until my family kind of brought me into that. So this is a great opportunity for even older kids and their families to think about planting a garden. We have our fall plant sale coming up in October. And so it's the perfect time to really think about that and to do something together.
So let's talk about other things when people want to look at the Memphis Botanic Garden, because you guys have an ambitious schedule all throughout the year, all kinds of events for all kinds of people. Where can people get those details? It's on your website, right?
Absolutely. So our website is membg.org, and everything is listed out there on our calendar. Our free events, our ticketed events. Another great way to kind of hear about what we have going on is to be a member of the garden. So we have our membership levels, but not many people know we also have a free membership program. So if you have a state issued EBT card, you get a free year-long membership to the garden, and you'll have access to all of those wonderful events. So there's many ways to find out, but I always tell people just come check it out. Find a slot of time, you have an hour or so, and just come on over and see, and you'll totally understand the magic of the garden.
Oh, for sure. Lots of magic there, and it's so beautiful and right in the city of Memphis. So listen, we appreciate it, Brianna. Thanks so much for coming on the Digital Desk and telling us about this storybook trail opening September 28th. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A looking fine type of situation across the Mid-South here today as clouds gradually begin to increase. Temperatures in the upper 80s as we go through the course of the afternoon hours of northeasterly wind around 10 to 15 miles per hour. One thing that you will notice is as we go through the course of the day, the clouds will be on the increase. So starting off with sunshine, gradually through the course of the mid to late morning, we'll call it partly cloudy, partly sunny by lunchtime, and mostly cloudy by the end of the day, and turning just plain cloudy, mostly cloudy at least, through the overnight period tonight. The overnight low 72 as we start to see a chance for a passing shower by early on your Wednesday morning. That comes by way of a backwards front coming into the area, moving from east to west as we go through the course of your day tomorrow. Today, we should be mostly dry. If there's going to be any shower chances, it's probably going to be in our easternmost communities. And then as we head into Wednesday, closer to the Mississippi River points westward, a little better chance for rain. And notice Thursday, it's not a ton of rain on the way. And actually, that may be a thing that has changed up in the forecast as we've gone through the last 24 hours, as some drier air may sneak back into the fold, at least briefly, for that point in time. Let's go with our hour-by-hour first alert futurecast here today. And again, a lot of clouds building in our direction. Notice to the east of us, a band of showers and thunderstorms developing along the I-65 corridor from Nashville to Huntsville down to Birmingham, moving westward. That will kick up a couple of showers overnight tonight into the start of your Wednesday. A lot of clouds through the day on Wednesday will keep the temperatures at bay. We may see a few showers and thunderstorms bubbling up by late morning, early afternoon. That's probably our best chances for seeing some scattered showers as we go through the afternoon hours. Not everybody finding themselves wet, but there will be some pockets where rain may be a little bit more prevalent in other locations. We'll start to see things drying out slowly for Thursday morning. A few lingering showers amid the clouds that will begin to break up for more peaks of sunshine. And notice more rain to the west of the Action News 5 coverage area during the afternoon hours of Thursday, and we'll see some blow-off clouds moving in our direction as well. So kind of a back and forth between clouds and sunshine, and still a risk for a few showers, but the coverage of rain may be a little bit lower. And the reasoning why is some drier air trying to sneak in across the area for Thursday. Speaking to that, before that happens, Wednesday, surge of moisture comes in. That's that backdoor front that's going to move in from east to west going into Wednesday. So a little surge of moisture coming in here where you see these yellows and oranges and reds. That's going to continue westward. Notice the blues coming in behind it. That's the drier air trying to sneak in behind it, at least briefly, before an actual cold front starts moving through the area. This is the cold front moving towards the Mid-South Friday evening. That may kick up a couple of showers Friday evening, Friday night, before everything clears out and much cooler, drier air filters into the Mid-South heading into the upcoming weekend. You will definitely notice a big difference in our temperatures, not only in the highs, but also in the overnight low temperatures. Highs on Saturday and Sunday expected to be in the upper 70s and near 80 degrees both days. So some fantastic weather setting up for us during that time frame. 87 the high today, though, back and forth between clouds and sunshine, adding in a couple of chances for showers on your Wednesday. It's not going to be a washout, and it's not going to be in every location. Some of you will stay completely dry on Wednesday. Thursday, still a chance for a few showers. We'll call it partly sunny there, partly sunny again on Friday as we get ready for that cold front to move through the area. Typically right ahead of a cold front, get compressional heating. And so if we get enough sunshine and lack of rain, which doesn't look to be the most prevalent thing with this front moving through the area, there might be a few showers along the front Friday evening, Friday night. It will clear us out going into Saturday. I think Saturday's going to look fantastic. Of course, we got a lot of football games going on for high school football games on Friday. Hopefully, we'll stay dry this week. Last week, it was kind of hit or miss when it came down to rain and storms across the region. And some folks stayed dry. Other folks, well, you know, it came down quick, fast, and in a hurry. The Memphis Tigers going up against the Troy Trojans at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, 11 a.m. kickoff on Saturday. Not bad. Lots of sunshine, comfortable air, north breeze flowing through here around 10 to 15 miles per hour. You will definitely notice a difference that day. And when you wake up early on Sunday morning, upper 50s in the city, that means lower 50s in the outlying areas. So we'll probably do that again Sunday night into Monday morning to kick off the new work and school week, low 80s. And I'll tell you, the extended forecast, the humidity levels don't really go up that much throughout much of next week. No, the temperatures will rebound. We'll get closer to average for this time of the year in the middle and upper 80s Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a mixture of more sunshine than clouds. But at least, again, the humidity levels remaining on the lower end of the spectrum. The best chances for rain for us likely coming in here Wednesday, even Thursday, again, kind of teetering on that because the bulk of the moisture will be pushed down towards the south and west of the Action News 5 coverage area thanks to a northeasterly wind that's going to rebuild into the area for Thursday. We'll get ready for that front to move through here Friday, and we're off to the races for a great weekend and comfortable air for the first full weekend of September.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. We love September for a number of reasons. One is that temperatures finally start cooling off. And two, there are some amazing food festivals and events that are happening all across Memphis and the Mid-South. Let's bring in Daily Memphian food reporter Jennifer Chandler on the digital desk to talk about some of those amazing festivals and food events, Jennifer. And good morning to you. I know that we have several lined up, don't we?
We do. There are so many cool things happening this month. I write a column that publishes like at the end of every month about what's coming up in the next month. And this month, I'm like, I'm going to have to cut it off at like 15 because my list is getting so long. I think everyone's ready to get out, be social, and have adventures now that in Memphis, now that they're home from their summer vacations.
I love it. I love it. Let's go. Let's hit it.
So, in the list, I have to tell you, there's so many different things. There's something for just about everyone on this list. So the first thing I'm going to mention is a fashion show and dinner that is called Runway Gourmet. It's happening September 4th at Restaurant Iris. Kelly English has partnered with Lori James, and they've done this once before. You can see from this picture, and basically you're enjoying this like specially curated meal and wine dinner as models from Lori James are walking around. And they also have throughout the restaurant, they've kind of set up like mini stores. It's kind of a cool, fun event. So if you're into fall fashion and you like to eat out, this is the perfect way to go shopping. So happening that week is the Hill Country Boucherie, which is September 7th. And this is a super cool event that I'm always excited about. It's at Home Place Pastures in Como, Mississippi. And if you're not familiar with Home Place Pastures, they are a regenerative farm here locally, and they raise pork and cattle and so many awesome things. And look here, you can see a picture from it. This meal happens on the farm, and they set out tables, and they have some of the top chefs from around the South come and compete as they prepare your supper. And what the whole thing is it's to bring awareness of cooking from head to tail. So basically, the lesser known cuts of meat are assigned to these different chefs. It's kind of a random drawing. They don't know what they're going to have until a few weeks before. And they compete, and you get to decide what is your favorites. And, you know, I talked to one of the chefs that's participating, which is Chef Jimmy Gentry of The Lobbyist. And he said he's always amazed that people will be like, read what the cut of meat, and they're like, I don't know if I want to try this. And then they take a bite and they're like, oh my gosh, this is absolutely delicious. So I'll give a plug for my Sound Bites podcast that's happening next week. I'll be talking with Home Place Pastures owner, Marshall Bartlett, and with Jimmy Gentry all about this event. So you can learn a little more detail than what I've just kind of given you. But it is a really cool thing, and it's a really cool way to spend an afternoon on the weekend. Highly recommend you put it on your calendar. Just be sure to hydrate because it can be a little warm out there. Next on my list is happening on September 9th. Andy Tyser and Michael Hudman, who are the owners of restaurants like Restaurant. They're owner of Catherine Mary's, Hog and Hominy, Andrew Michael Italian Kitchen. They host once a quarter a dinner series they call the Harvest Dinner Series. And so the next one is happening on September 9th. And it will be at Hog and Hominy. It is a 4-course meal. And when I say they say it's a 4-course meal, it is actually there's so much food. I think when I went to the last one, they had 4 courses, but there were 3 plates served for family style in each course. I mean, it was a lot of food. You definitely get your money's worth, and it's really kind of fun. And this year, I mean, not this year, but this time they're collaborating with David Posey, and I'm going to say this wrong, but I believe you pronounce this restaurant Elsky, which is in Chicago. And so he'll be coming down for Chicago for this event, and I'm really excited to see what they will be cooking up. And now, moving on, did you know there was such a thing as a Negroni Week? Well, there is. And Bari Restaurante in Indiateca is going to be participating this year. It's a worldwide event that celebrates this drink, and their bartender extraordinaire, Hunter Coleman, will be making several different types of Negronis throughout the week that they'll be featuring. And at the end of the week, not related to Negronis, they're hosting a wine dinner with featuring wines from the Italian winery Marchesi Antinori. And they have a member of the Marchesi family coming over from Italy for this event. So it should be a really special wine dinner. And Jason and Rebecca Sievers really pull out all the stops when it comes to their wine dinners. They're really passionate about Italian wine. So anytime you see them hosting a wine dinner, you should put it on your calendar because it'll be a really special event. And I think it says a testament to them that a lot of times when they host these, they have actually people come from Europe to their wine dinners because they do such a good job with them. So the next one is a little bit different. It's called The Art of Entertaining. The Junior League of Memphis is hosting this event the weekend of September 19th through 21st. It is the next iteration of an event they've done for a couple of years called, I think it was called Tablescapes, or I should know the name of it. I've been to it before. It's so cool. But you can see from this picture that basically they have members of the Memphis community come and they set up these elaborate table designs. So it's really cool that you can see people go over the top, and it gives you some fun ideas that you can use the next time that you're hosting a dinner party. I'm not sure quite if I would do all of what's on this table, but there are some cool things that I can see right there that I would actually steal their ideas. But it's really kind of a fun event. This year it's going to be at the Junior League's Community Resource Center, which is over there at Central and Highland, and all proceeds, it's a fundraiser for them too. So it funds all their programs they do in the community. Okay, the next one that I'm about to mention is one that I know you, Andrew, know very, very well and have participated many, many times.
Oh no, Jennifer, we lost you.
Around Mother's Day, but it was too close to Greek Easter this year. So it is going to be September 20th and 21st. Andrew, do you have a favorite thing about this event?
So many favorite things, Jennifer. You know, my kids were part of the Athenian dance troupe, so they sang or they danced, you know, like dances that go back hundreds of years. In addition to great food outside, usually great weather. The lamb, of course, is amazing, and you know it's the kind of recipes that have been passed down from generation to generation. So it's hard for me to pick out one thing, but certainly you're getting authentic Greek food made with a lot of love and a lot of care and a whole lot of olive oil.
Yes, that is for sure. And here's my advice for attending this event is Friday after work, go through the drive-through and pick up a meal like this one right here with the, I think that's the pork tenderloin and the spanakopita, which I know I probably mispronounced that, and the Greek green beans that have like tomato sauce and Greek seasoning, and take that home for supper. And then the next day, get up and plan to spend the day inside the festival, because they have different foods that you can have between the drive-through and what's available there. And here you can see a group of people. Literally all this food is made by multi-generation families that come out, and they start cooking and baking weeks ahead of time so they can make this fabulous food for you to enjoy. And it literally is one of my favorite events of the year because everything is so delicious and they're so welcoming, and it's so fun to experience a culture that you're not necessarily familiar with. And the Greek community in Memphis is so welcoming and so much fun and so talented. Put this on your event, and it's probably the cheapest event you'll ever go to. It's $3 a person. I don't think anything else is that inexpensive these days.
One thing, if we work with the church works with the Mid-South Food Bank, so if you bring in, I think it's like 3 or 4 cans of food, you can get in for free.
Oh yeah, definitely. Forgot about that. I'm glad you mentioned it. Okay, and then last on my list, I kind of wanted to talk about 3 more events. When we talk about there's something for everyone going on in the city of Memphis. These 3 events are centered on different types of foods. So the first one, I'm kind of looking over here to make sure I have the dates right. Bargain Barley will be hosting a seafood festival on September 28th. And this event is just a day of special menu items. They have over a dozen seafood features they're doing, and they range from everything from Maine lobster rolls to New England clam chowder to I think I saw barbecue shrimp on the menu, or black and red fish. I mean, it's all over. It's going to be all over the country, seafood. It's going to be so good. They're going to have live music by an authentic Irish band on the patio. And it's just going to be a really, really fun day. And if you love seafood, you need to go eat there. I mean, I've always been impressed by all of the seafood I've had at this restaurant, Bargain Barley, since it opened. And I think this is going to be a good one. So if seafood is not your jam, but pizza is, the first annual Memphis Pizza Festival is happening on September 21st at the Agri Center. So this event is literally for all the pizza lovers out there. They're going to have about 20 different vendors. I mean, ranging from Colettas to Rockin' Dough Pizza. I mean, you name it. If it's a favorite pizza place in Memphis, they are probably going to be out there. And your admission ticket gets you free pizza samples to all of these places. So you can just eat all of your favorite pizzas in one location. And this event also has some fun and educational components to it. They're going to be doing some lectures and everything on how to make the perfect dough, to the history of the Memphis Italian immigrants that came to Memphis and how that community kind of really flourished. And we have all now this great pizza in Memphis because of it. And the last one on my list is on September 29th. And this is a very sweet one if you like honey. It's called the Thistle and Bee Honey Harvest. And it is going to be in Germantown at the Bobby Lanier Farm Park. And this event is a fundraiser for Thistle and Bee. And if you don't know about Thistle and Bee, it is a great charity program here in Memphis that is helping lift women up that were victims of sexual abuse. And what they do is part of the program is they teach these women life skills, and one of them happens to be beekeeping. So as part of the fundraiser for the program, they regularly sell honey, and their honey is absolutely delicious. They also make granola. So this event will be highlighting and raising money for Thistle and Bee, and the menu and the cocktails all will have honey some way incorporated into it. So we'll show you how to enjoy honey in something other than just tea, how to enjoy it in your foods.
That sounds amazing. And, Bobby Lanier Park is, all you got to do is put it in GPS and just kind of figure it out. It's kind of a relatively new park in Germantown. Been there a couple times, and it was actually for food events. So it's a great outdoor venue, certainly, for something like that. That sounds amazing. Where can we look at the list? Is there a place we can go on your website, Jennifer?
Yes. dailymemphian.com/food has all of my stories. And as I mentioned, I published this list. I started actually last month, so this will be my second time to publish it. But it publishes at the beginning of each month. So look for it around the 30th, 31st, the 1st. And it'll be kind of your resource guide that you can go to say, oh, I want to go to this event. And also I would say check it out too, because a lot of these things do sell out, especially wine dinners and events like that. So if you see something you like, you might want to hop on right then and get yourself a ticket so you can secure your place, so you won't be disappointed if you can't.
I love it because we all want to get outside in September once it cools off a little bit and just enjoy some great food all around town. Jennifer Chandler, we appreciate your time. That looks amazing. You've made us all hungry this morning. Thanks so very much.
Thanks.
Digital Desk, I'm Andrew Douglas. Boy, the back to school time is certainly a time where many parents, grandparents, guardians, they celebrate, okay? The kids are back in school. Here in Memphis in the Mid-South, school's in session no matter where your child is attending, whether it's elementary, middle, high school, or college, everybody's back. Let's talk about some of the trends, though. A lot of different trends on Google when it came to what we were all searching this back-to-school season. I'm joined right now by Maya Nicholson East, a Google technology expert, to talk a little bit more about what people were searching for this past month. Maya, good morning to you. Tell us, what were some of the biggest trends that you saw from your perspective? Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, there are lots of people searching just to get ready for the school year. I don't think we can talk back to school without talking about shopping. So we're seeing the top trending backpack searches are North Face backpacks and True Religion backpacks. So I think everyone's trying to arrive at school in style this year.
I bet. I'm sure that there are a lot of people talking about various outfits and tools for students. What did you see from your perspective when it came to not only clothes but also you mentioned backpacks? Anything else that people were searching for? I'm sure computers was up there too.
Oh, definitely. I would also say one thing we saw a lot of trending searches around, of course, is apparel. Lots of people are looking to be both stylish and comfy as they head back. So we're seeing Nike sweatpants, graphic tees, sweatshirts, and things of that sort getting a lot of searches as well. So, I mean, everyone, like I said, they want to arrive in style and they want to make sure that they're, looking cool for school this year.
You know, I talk to your colleagues quite often, every month, when it comes to, okay, what are people searching for any given month? And I always enjoy looking at those odd or unusual searches that you might not anticipate. Was there anything unusual that kind of popped up during back to school?
I found that this time there was a lot of searches around dorms. So I think there's a lot of new college freshmen trying to kind of figure out what exactly is going to happen there. I can only anticipate. I remember when I was going to college, it was a lot of anxiety around that. One search that we saw that was really popular was what size rug fits in my dorm? And do you change dorms every semester? I thought that was an unusual one because most likely you will not, but I can feel the nerves in that question popping up for sure.
Yes, me too. That's exactly what I was looking for. I saw something else about Taylor Swift school supplies. What? I know Taylor Swift is hot everywhere. What is that all about, though?
Of course. So when we were looking at the top trending school supplies this year, the number one, like most searched one was Taylor Swift school supplies, which honestly is a shock to no one. But everyone wants to bring Taylor Swift to school, I guess, on their notebooks, on their pencils, on their pens. They are just Swifties all around. I love to see it.
Yeah, I guess so. You're not the only one, right? Let's talk about something else with regards to school lunches. I understand school lunches were big in the searches, including a recipe, a cheese stick recipe. What's that?
Yes. I mean, honestly, you see a lot of it on social media these days. I think at the beginning of the school year, a lot of people, especially parents, are looking to make school lunches a little bit more interesting. You want to make sure your child is eating lunches. So we are seeing a spike in recipes for school lunch cheese stick recipes and also peanut butter bar recipes. So I don't know, you got to make sure you're getting that protein in.
Exactly. I love it. Yes, protein. We all need it, right? Something else that people need, I guess, is a gift for a teacher. And one of the top gifts is something that is extremely popular right now, right?
Again, I don't think anyone is surprised, but setting yourself up for success, setting your student up for success, a lot of people like to gift teachers with things that they need. The number one teacher gift this year is, of course, a Stanley Cup. I mean, you'll be standing in front of your class talking a lot. You need to stay hydrated. So what better gift to give your teacher than a brand new Stanley Cup for the year?
Yeah, and and then you'll get that little brown stuff on your nose there because you're just giving a little too much there on the first day of class.
Maybe we'll add an apple next time too.
Right. Yes, the apple has been replaced with a Stanley Cup instead. Anything else before we let you go on the various trends? I love these conversations. It's kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, no, there's still tons of things that can happen. We have a lot of tools for parents and for teachers built right into Google search. So if you're looking for homework help or if college students are looking for any assistance, they can also utilize Gemini to kind of, we have a new tool called Practice where they can ask it a question so they can get a little bit more study help. But if there's any trends that anyone's interested in, you can always go to google.com/trend to see what is trending in real time in your area or nationwide.
Awesome. All right. Mia Nicholson East with Google. We appreciate your time as always on the Digital Desk. Thanks very much.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
All right.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A looking fine type of situation across the Mid-South here today as clouds gradually begin to increase. Temperatures in the upper 80s as we go through the course of the afternoon hours of northeasterly wind around 10 to 15 miles per hour. One thing that you will notice is as we go through the course of the day, the clouds will be on the increase. So starting off with sunshine, gradually through the course of the mid to late morning, we'll call it partly cloudy, partly sunny by lunchtime, and mostly cloudy by the end of the day, and turning just plain cloudy, mostly cloudy at least, through the overnight period tonight. The overnight low 72 as we start to see a chance for a passing shower by early on your Wednesday morning. That comes by way of a backwards front coming into the area, moving from east to west as we go through the course of your day tomorrow. Today, we should be mostly dry. If there's going to be any shower chances, it's probably going to be in our easternmost communities. And then as we head into Wednesday, closer to the Mississippi River points westward, a little better chance for rain. And notice Thursday, it's not a ton of rain on the way. And actually, that may be a thing that has changed up in the forecast as we've gone through the last 24 hours, as some drier air may sneak back into the fold, at least briefly for that point in time. Let's go with our hour-by-hour first alert futurecast here today. And again, a lot of clouds building in our direction. Notice to the east of us, a band of showers and thunderstorms developing along the I-65 corridor from Nashville to Huntsville down to Birmingham, moving westward. That will kick up a couple of showers overnight tonight into the start of your Wednesday. A lot of clouds through the day on Wednesday will keep the temperatures at bay. We may see a few showers and thunderstorms bubbling up by late morning, early afternoon. That's probably our best chances for seeing some scattered showers as we go through the afternoon hours. Not everybody finding themselves wet, but there will be some pockets where rain may be a little bit more prevalent in other locations. We'll start to see things drying out slowly for Thursday morning. A few lingering showers amid the clouds that will begin to break up for more peaks of sunshine. And notice more rain to the west of the Action News 5 coverage area during the afternoon hours of Thursday, and we'll see some blow-off clouds moving in our direction as well. So kind of a back and forth between clouds and sunshine, and still a risk for a few showers, but the coverage of rain may be a little bit lower, and the reasoning why is some drier air trying to sneak in across the area for Thursday. Speaking to that, before that happens, Wednesday, surge of moisture comes in. That's that backdoor front that's going to move in from east to west going into Wednesday. So a little surge of moisture coming in here where you see these yellows and oranges and reds. That's going to continue westward. Notice the blues coming in behind it. That's the drier air trying to sneak in behind it, at least briefly, before an actual cold front starts moving through the area. This is the cold front moving towards the Mid-South Friday evening. That may kick up a couple of showers Friday evening, Friday night, before everything clears out and much cooler, drier air filters into the Mid-South heading into the upcoming weekend. You will definitely notice a big difference in our temperatures, not only in the highs, but also in the overnight low temperatures. Highs on Saturday and Sunday expected to be in the upper 70s to near 80 degrees both days. So some fantastic weather setting up for us during that time frame. 87 the high today, though, back and forth between clouds and sunshine, adding in a couple of chances for showers on your Wednesday. It's not going to be a washout, and it's not going to be in every location. Some of you will stay completely dry on Wednesday. Thursday, still a chance for a few showers. We'll call it partly sunny there, partly sunny again on Friday as we get ready for that cold front to move through the area. Typically right ahead of a cold front, get compressional heating. And so if we get enough sunshine and lack of rain, which doesn't look to be the most prevalent thing with this front moving through the area, there might be a few showers along the front Friday evening, Friday night. It will clear us out going into Saturday. I think Saturday's going to look fantastic. Of course, we got a lot of football games going on for high school football games on Friday. Hopefully, we'll stay dry this week. Last week, it was kind of hit or miss when it came down to rain and storms across the region. And some folks stayed dry. Other folks, well, you know, it came down quick, fast, and in a hurry. The Memphis Tigers going up against the Troy Trojans at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, 11 a.m. kickoff on Saturday. Not bad. Lots of sunshine, comfortable air, north breeze flowing through here around 10 to 15 miles per hour. You will definitely notice a difference that day. And when you wake up early on Sunday morning, upper 50s in the city, that means lower 50s in the outlying areas. And we'll probably do that again Sunday night into Monday morning to kick off the new work and school week, low 80s. And I'll tell you, the extended forecast, the humidity levels don't really go up that much throughout much of next week. No, the temperatures will rebound. We'll get closer to average for this time of the year in the middle and upper 80s Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a mixture of more sunshine than clouds. But at least, again, the humidity levels remaining on the lower end of the spectrum. The best chances for rain for us likely coming in here Wednesday, even Thursday, again, kind of teetering on that because the bulk of the moisture will be pushed down towards the south and west of the Action News 5 coverage area thanks to a northeasterly wind that's going to rebuild into the area for Thursday. We'll get ready for that front to move through here Friday, and we're off to the races for a great weekend and comfortable air for the first full weekend of September.
We are always trying to live better, healthier lives. One of the things this summer especially that we try to do is, especially if we're trying to be healthier each and every day, is stay hydrated. More than 70% of our body is made out of water, and so staying hydrated throughout the day is so important to key optimal health. Let's bring in someone to help us stay hydrated the right way. I am joined right now by Dr. Anna Yang of Regional One Health. She is an emergency room and family physician there. And Dr. Yang, welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. So let me first ask you, where do people get hydration wrong?
Thanks for having me. So hydration is really, really, really important. Most people do okay with it, but there are a lot of areas where people can be a little bit confused about hydration. So the first thing to know about hydration is you really need to drink water all day long, regardless of if you feel thirsty or not. And actually, by the time you feel thirsty, you're actually already dehydrated. So you really should be drinking water regardless. The other thing is how to stay hydrated and what fluids to drink. And so there's so many different options out there these days with, sports drinks, electrolyte drinks, energy drinks, and, coffees and teas and juices and all sorts of things. The important thing to remember for hydration is still the basics are still the most important. So water is still the best way to stay hydrated for the average person. Now, if you're out there, intensely exercising and sweating a lot, then potentially you could benefit from the sports drinks that have, electrolytes and some additional things in it. But still, the most important thing is the most basic. It's just pure, simple water.
How much water should we drink a day?
So it depends on the person. On average, we recommend around 2 to 3 liters for a normal sized person with a normal amount of activity. Now, if you're taller, if you're a larger person, if you weigh more, you may need more water than another person. And if you have certain illnesses, though, like kidney disease or heart disease, your water needs also may be a little bit different. So for a normal person, about 2 to 3 liters, but for certain conditions, or if you're ill, if other things are going on, if you're exercising a lot, if you're an athlete, your needs may be different.
Are there some warning signs out there, Dr. Yang, that suggest that we're not drinking enough water and we need to pay attention to them right away?
Yeah, so most of the time when you just kind of start to feel a little unwell, that's a great sign to probably just start with drinking more water. And a lot of the time that fixes your simple, minor headaches and cramping and, muscle spasms and aches. But one of the best ways to pay attention to how well you're hydrated is your urine, your pee. A normal person, if you're well hydrated, should have pretty pale yellow, almost clear urine. If your urine is dark or orange or a darker color of yellow, that could definitely mean you're not hydrated enough. And drink water until your urine is that really almost clear color. It can also be a sign of infection too, so it's not always just hydration, but it is definitely a good measure and something to pay attention to.
I know you mentioned that water's the best way to hydrate, and certainly when we are exercising, we need some of those electrolytes as well. Is there a better way, or maybe a way that you prefer to get electrolytes when you're exercising, when you're out in the heat, and you lose a lot of not only water, but you need other things to really kind of boost up your energy too?
Sure. So for most people, simple water without any of the additives and just your regular diet, healthy fruits, vegetables, and, your regular diet is enough of electrolyte repletion for your normal fluid losses. Now, if you are out there intensely exercising for, hours and, sweating a lot with the salt losses and everything, then yes, some of those, sports drinks, electrolyte drinks can help and be an important addition to just your regular water.
Is there one sports drink that we should be looking for, not necessarily brand name, but if we were to look at the labels, is there one aspect that we should be looking at before we buy one of those sports drinks?
No, not really. No specific brand or anything that I would recommend. I would make sure that whatever you're drinking, though, doesn't have a ton of sugar in it. That's just an extra amount of sugar that we don't need. So I would pay attention to make sure you're not just drinking, a sugary, fruity, sweet drink. But otherwise, no recommendation of a specific brand.
Yeah, sugar oftentimes will make you even more thirsty too. So in addition to not really hydrating you all that great. Anything else that we need to mention with regards to hydration this summer? It's going to be hot, humid. It already is. Anything else?
Right, yeah, especially with this summer and the heat that's already underway, hydration becomes even more important. But I just, again, want to emphasize just how important water is for your body. It really, it is important to every piece of your body's functioning. Every single organ you have depends on water. So your ability to eliminate waste, in your urine, in your stool, it helps you, not be so constipated. Even it helps you digest. It helps you breathe better. It helps your heart function better. It helps your, mental, your brain work better. It helps your skin look better too. It just helps every little part of your body. So it is just so important. I can't emphasize it enough.
Okay, well, Dr. Anna Yang, Regional One Health, we really appreciate your time as always on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you for all the information with regards to hydration, best ways, best practices, and the warning signs. We appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thanks for having me.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and I'm joined now by Reeve Faberman, the Trust for America's Health Director of Strategic Communications and Policy Research. Good morning to you. Let's talk a little bit about this new report that I'm hearing about epidemics of alcohol, drug, and suicide deaths. And give me the facts and the findings that surround this report. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, this is an annual report that Trust for America Health does, and we track the number of deaths due to alcohol, drugs, and suicide, both at the national level and at the state level. And there's some good news at both of those levels, although the number of deaths over the last 2 decades has really increased at very alarming rates. We're up 142% in these deaths, alcohol, drug, and suicide deaths over the last 2 decades. So we have a lot of work to do. But for the very latest data, which is for 2022, there is a glimmer of some good news. Nationally, alcohol drugs are down 6%. And in Tennessee, these deaths due to alcohol, drugs, and suicide are down across the board. Your alcohol deaths are down 2%, your drug overdose deaths are down 1%, and your suicide deaths are down 2%. So that's good news. However, we also need to remember that even with these reductions, over 6,400 people have died in Tennessee in 2022 from substance abuse or suicide.
How much is this related to the pandemic? I mean, I know we've been out of the pandemic now, but how much is it related to that?
Yeah, it's a good question because there is data that suggests that when we were able to come out of the pandemic, the public health emergency ended, people were able to get back to a more normal routine, going to an office, going to work, being able to socialize, going out to restaurants, etc. That helped people's sense of social isolation, any loneliness, because we did see very high increases, double-digit increases in alcohol and suicide deaths in 2020 and 2021. Now we see kind of a leveling off in 2022. So the end of the pandemic probably did impact these numbers.
So we have these numbers. They're extremely high, even though they aren't as high as they have been in the past. They are still extremely high. How do we bring it down?
Yeah, it's important to remember that even though we have seen a leveling off, the numbers across the last 2 decades are just astronomically high. So we need to do a couple of things. We need to invest in prevention programs and in the community conditions that allow people to thrive. We need to invest in harm reduction programs, things like readily available naloxone. Naloxone is a overdose reversal drug medication. And that needs to be readily available in communities. Fentanyl test strips need to be readily available in communities. Fentanyl is the largest driver of drug overdose. We also need to ensure that we have a mental health system in this country and a substance abuse prevention system that is large enough to meet all the need and that has the diversity and the language skills and the understanding of individual community culture to allow it to be really welcoming to anyone who needs help and effective for anyone who needs help.
What else can we talk about with regards to this study? And, you know, we've addressed this problem, this issue. It's still a mess when it comes to our area of West Tennessee and North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas. What else can we talk about with solutions here?
Yeah, I would again point to the importance of a mental health services system that is as large as the scope of the problem. Many Americans, 53% of Americans, live in mental health workforce shortage areas, which means that if a person needs some kind of mental health services or substance abuse prevention services, they're likely put on a waiting list and they have to wait until they can get the services they need. That's something that really needs to be addressed. We also need to invest in prevention programs in schools. Schools are such a natural place to be able to help kids, to understand who needs help and the kind of help they need. So prevention programs in school, programs that teach coping skills and teach resilience, also very important.
Okay, Ms. Farberman, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate your time and really just kind of analyzing this latest study that shows some progression, but still we got a long, long way to go. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. We have a great interview lined up for you right now. This morning, we're talking about protecting seniors from scams. Get this stat that I read. Crimes against seniors totaled more than $3.4 billion in losses this past year, with more than 100,000 complaints were filed by people over the age of 60 in 2023. That's an 11% increase from the previous year. So this is a very important topic. And joining us to discuss the common senior scams, how to identify them, and how to protect yourself from those scams is Chad White, the Executive VP at Brookdale Senior Living. Good morning to you, Chad.
Good morning, Taylor. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Thanks so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. Let's just jump right into it because scams, we all hate them, and there's so many to discuss. But tell me, what are the few most common scams that you see often that target seniors?
Well, Taylor, there are several different kinds that are pretty common. One of the first is relationship or scams that they're based on a relationship or some sort of close connection potentially to a victim. So in that case, one of the most common scenarios is someone calls, they're pulling on your heartstrings, they're exploiting loneliness potentially, but they're trying to say that maybe you've got a family member who's in trouble and needs some support. That's a pretty common one. Another common one is phishing or identity theft scams. This is where a very common variety of that is where you have a situation where a vendor sends an email, purported vendor, somebody that you usually do business with, and says you haven't paid or you need to submit payment information, and they're asking you to click on a link or open an attachment in an email. That can typically be something that's causing identity theft because they want your credit card information or other personally sensitive information. Another one is non-payment calls or visits. This time of year when it's really hot outside, a lot of seniors get visits from people pretending to be from the utility company. They may actually be wearing clothes that looks like their local utility provider. They may come from a phone call and a phone number that is spoofing that information. And what they're trying to do is demand that you pay the bill immediately or that your services get cut off. So all of these are very common. The relationship scams are probably sort of one of the most common ones. You see it from where someone adopts an online identity, a fake identity, and they reach out via social media or a dating site or something like that, develop a relationship, and then ultimately ask for money. Say they have an emergency expense or need something like that. And all they're trying to do is scam a senior out of their hard-earned savings.
That's unfortunate. And I know you only listed 3, but there are so many scams that you could probably spend the entire day talking about. How can we spot a scam, though?
Well, there's some clear signs. One of the most clear signs that you may be being scammed is if someone demands money urgently or immediately. If they tell you that you need to act now, Taylor, or you can't, or don't tell a loved one, don't tell a friend, that's a very clear sign that you may be scammed. Another sign is if someone threatens to go to the authorities. If you don't take action and do what they're requesting, submit money, make a payment, etc., that may be a clear sign. One other one that I think is when they ask you to wire money, particularly if they ask you to wire money overseas or pay something through an unusual payment system such as a gift card or cryptocurrency or something like that. If you get that, that's a clear warning sign that something may be amiss.
Yeah, even when you take those steps, I always like when we have interviews like this, is it possible to avoid scams altogether?
Well, it's probably, it may not be possible to avoid them altogether because they're coming all the time, but there are some things you can do to help protect yourself or to protect your loved ones. And so one of the first things I would say, Taylor, is to be cautious. Take time to research or verify the situation. If you get one of these calls with a loved one, for example, who's claiming that they need money, they may claim to be your granddaughter or grandson or niece or nephew, and they say they need money for a bill or something like that, take time to find out what's going on. You need to verify that. I would take their number, call back, tell them you'll call them back, and then actually call them back on the number that you know is their number. Verify that it's there, or call a loved one in that case. There are some other things that I would say are very important to do, particularly as it relates to identity theft. Never click on a link or an attachment in an unsolicited email or text message even. They're getting very sophisticated these days. They will look like, the emails will look like they're coming from somebody that you do business with, but don't click on those links. Go directly to the website or call their customer service number directly if you think there's an issue that you need to deal with a vendor.
Great advice there. Educating yourself is definitely the first step. Tell us a little bit about Brookdale, how you help educate your residents and those families who you work with closely. How do you educate them on this?
Well, it's really important to us, Taylor. We at Brookdale, our mission is to enrich lives, and so we want to provide as many resources as we can to help protect our seniors and their loved ones and help them avoid becoming a victim of these types of scams. And so we do a number of things. One, certain of our communities bring in experts, whether it be experts in finance or security, who provide information and up-to-date information to our residents and their family members. We also, because of our size and scale, have a lot of resources we can provide either through email communications or blogs on our website or through other means like that, community newsletters. It's really important to make sure people are up to date on these things because prevention is the most important way to stop these scams.
Absolutely, Chad. A lot of great advice there. Last question for you. If we want to learn more, for those watching at home, they want to educate themselves, where can they go online to learn more information?
Well, I'd encourage your viewers to visit our website, brookdale.com. We have a lot of great information on there, additional stuff on how to protect yourself from scams, other good tips, and also links to some important sites like the FBI where there's a lot of additional information. It's really important for seniors and family members and those who love their seniors to stay up to date and informed. So I'd encourage them to visit the brookdale.com website.
All right, again, that was Chad White with Brookdale Senior Living. Chad, was there anything else that you wanted to add that I did not ask you today?
You know, I would just say the most important thing is just to be very, very aware and cautious. Try to do what you can. I'd say another tip that's probably important is never wire money. If you get an unsolicited email or phone call, don't wire money, particularly if they're asking you to wire it overseas. Just be very cautious. If someone's asking you for money or for your personal information, you need to protect that as much as you can.
All righty, that was Chad White. Thanks so much for stopping by the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We look forward to chatting with you again. See you, Chad.
Thanks, Taylor.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A looking fine type of situation across the Mid-South here today as clouds gradually begin to increase. Temperatures in the upper 80s as we go through the course of the afternoon hours of northeasterly wind around 10 to 15 miles per hour. One thing that you will notice is as we go through the course of the day, the clouds will be on the increase. So starting off with sunshine, gradually through the course of the mid to late morning, we'll call it partly cloudy, partly sunny by lunchtime, and mostly cloudy by the end of the day, and turning just plain cloudy, mostly cloudy at least, through the overnight period tonight. The overnight low 72 as we start to see a chance for a passing shower by early on your Wednesday morning. That comes by way of a backwards front coming into the area, moving from east to west as we go through the course of your day tomorrow. Today, we should be mostly dry. If there's going to be any shower chances, it's probably going to be in our easternmost communities. And then as we head into Wednesday, closer to the Mississippi River points westward, a little better chance for rain. And notice Thursday, it's not a ton of rain on the way. And actually, that may be a thing that has changed up in the forecast as we've gone through the last 24 hours, as some drier air may sneak back into the fold, at least briefly, for that point in time. Let's go with our hour-by-hour first alert futurecast here today. And again, a lot of clouds building in our direction. Notice to the east of us, a band of showers and thunderstorms developing along the I-65 corridor from Nashville to Huntsville down to Birmingham, moving westward. That will kick up a couple of showers overnight tonight into the start of your Wednesday. A lot of clouds through the day on Wednesday will keep the temperatures at bay. We may see a few showers and thunderstorms bubbling up by late morning, early afternoon. That's probably our best chances for seeing some scattered showers as we go through the afternoon hours. Not everybody finding themselves wet, but there will be some pockets where rain may be a little bit more prevalent in other locations. We'll start to see things drying out slowly for Thursday morning. A few lingering showers amid the clouds that will begin to break up for more peaks of sunshine. And notice more rain to the west of the Action News 5 coverage area during the afternoon hours of Thursday, and we'll see some blow-off clouds moving in our direction as well. So kind of a back and forth between clouds and sunshine, and still a risk for a few showers, but the coverage of rain may be a little bit lower. And the reasoning why is some drier air trying to sneak in across the area for Thursday. Speaking to that, before that happens, Wednesday, surge of moisture comes in. That's that backdoor front that's going to move in from east to west going into Wednesday. So a little surge of moisture coming in here where you see these yellows and oranges and reds. That's going to continue westward. Notice the blues coming in behind it. That's the drier air trying to sneak in behind it, at least briefly, before an actual cold front starts moving through the area. This is the cold front moving towards the Mid-South Friday evening. That may kick up a couple of showers Friday evening, Friday night, before everything clears out and much cooler, drier air filters into the Mid-South heading into the upcoming weekend. You will definitely notice a big difference in our temperatures, not only in the highs, but also in the overnight low temperatures. Highs on Saturday and Sunday expected to be in the upper 70s and near 80 degrees both days. So some fantastic weather setting up for us during that time frame. 87 the high today, though, back and forth between clouds and sunshine, adding in a couple of chances for showers on your Wednesday. It's not going to be a washout, and it's not going to be in every location. Some of you will stay completely dry on Wednesday. Thursday, still a chance for a few showers. We'll call it partly sunny there, partly sunny again on Friday as we get ready for that cold front to move through the area. Typically right ahead of a cold front, get compressional heating. And so if we get enough sunshine and lack of rain, which doesn't look to be the most prevalent thing with this front moving through the area, there might be a few showers along the front Friday evening, Friday night. It will clear us out going into Saturday. I think Saturday's going to look fantastic. Of course, we got a lot of football games going on for high school football games on Friday. Hopefully, we'll stay dry this week. Last week, it was kind of hit or miss when it came down to rain and storms across the region. And some folks stayed dry. Other folks, well, you know, it came down quick, fast, and in a hurry. The Memphis Tigers going up against the Troy Trojans at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, 11 a.m. kickoff on Saturday. Not bad. Lots of sunshine, comfortable air, north breeze flowing through here around 10 to 15 miles per hour. You will definitely notice a difference that day. And when you wake up early on Sunday morning, upper 50s in the city, that means lower 50s in the outlying areas. So we'll probably do that again Sunday night into Monday morning to kick off the new work and school week, low 80s. And I'll tell you, the extended forecast, the humidity levels don't really go up that much throughout much of next week. No, the temperatures will rebound. We'll get closer to average for this time of the year in the middle and upper 80s Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a mixture of more sunshine than clouds. but at least, again, the humidity levels remaining on the lower end of the spectrum. The best chances for rain for us likely coming in here Wednesday, even Thursday. Again, kind of teetering on that because the bulk of the moisture will be pushed down towards the south and west of the Action News 5 coverage area thanks to a northeasterly wind that's going to rebuild into the area for Thursday. We'll get ready for that front to move through here Friday, and we're off to the races for a great weekend and comfortable air for the first full weekend of September.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Some of you are getting ready to drop off your son or daughter at college. Perhaps you already did. Well, this morning we have a great interview to focus on maybe some easy ideas, suggestions, and tips for a healthy semester for your kids. Let's bring in our friend from Lifetime Fitness in Collierville. I'm joined by Kristen Skinner, personal training leader at Lifetime, with a healthy kickstart to the semester for college kids. Kristen, how are you? Good morning.
I'm good. How are you, Andrew? Thanks for having me on.
I'm doing well, thank you. So, college students are pretty synonymous with junk food. You know, you have the wings, you got the pizza, you got the beer, all that stuff. Where can we start this semester off and be healthy?
First I want to say there's nothing wrong with an occasional, slice of pizza or the wings or a beverage if that's your preference. Nothing wrong with that, but all things in moderation, right? So I think the most important place to start is to remind kids that the habits that you're forming right now are the habits that you're setting up for life. And if you create a lot of unhealthy habits now through college, those are going to be habits that you're trying to undo as you're coming into your 50s. So setting up some good healthy habits like sleep patterns, going to sleep, getting plenty of sleep, getting plenty of protein, making sure that you're having a decent breakfast, fueling your brain. That's really the best place to start.
Yeah, I bet. So, so if we were to, we all like lists. If we were to kind of do some bullet points and really kind of tell our kids, all right, so for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner, here's what, here's a framework you should work with. What do you think?
I could tell you a lot of, here's the perfect place to be, but all in all, if you can look at having a healthy protein and a complex carb, put that together, that would be fantastic, right? But I have a high school student, and she rarely takes the time to sit down and actually eat healthy breakfast. Of course, that means, they're not likely to cook it themselves. It means somebody else has to prepare it for them. So that means for a college student, they either have to have something healthy that's easy to put together and grab and go, or they have to be equipped to be able to make those choices if they're going through a cafeteria. So if you're going through to buy something, to pick something up, that's what I would shoot for, is a lean protein and a complex carb like oatmeal or wheat toast with, with turkey sausage, if you have that as an option. If you're grabbing something to go, I would, which is pretty much what happens at my house, is we have, these awesome shaker cups where you can just add water or almond milk and then use the protein, the all-in-one protein. You just throw in a scoop or 2 scoops as a full serving and grab it and take it with you.
Is that something that, a guideline that you should have for not just breakfast, but for lunch and something maybe more I don't know, extravagant for dinner?
100%. Of course, that depends on the student and it depends on their schedule. Some people will be, sleeping a little bit later. Their first meal of the day might be more around lunchtime, and that's okay. But, when I was in college, I studied Nancy Clark. At the time, she was one of the leading sports nutritionists. And she said the meal for athletes was peanut butter and jelly. So I would make literally, whole wheat toast with a natural like almond butter or peanut butter if that's your preference. Just find an organic peanut butter, and instead of using jelly, I would just use sliced strawberries. So something like that to make sure that it's balanced, not just all carbs. It's going to make you feeling slow and sluggish within a couple of hours. Protein without the presence of carbs, you're going to lack some of the energy that you need. So yeah, I think that would apply to pretty much any meal. If dinner, say, is the time where you have the most time to be able to sit down and actually process that or enjoy time with other people, then you could choose something that's got a little more calorie content to it, and be cautious about not taking on too much right before you go to bed. But the same thing, you could do, a chicken breast with a side of vegetables.
I love it. You're making me hungry right now. Thanks a lot. What about the mental health? Because we know that a lot of college students, they can feel a little bit stressed, especially around exams and finals and that sort of thing. I would suspect that exercise is the key to that reduction of stress levels, right?
I'm so glad that you said that. It's a vicious cycle, when we don't move and then you eat poorly or you eat, you know, calorically dense foods that are not quite as good for you. You have this vicious cycle. You start to feel lazy and then you don't feel like moving. But first, motivation and discipline come after you start. So after you get going, then you feel more motivated. And after you've done that 2 or 3 times, then discipline starts to come on. But it's when you move, you're able to get feelings out of your body, so to speak, so that you're not harboring emotions and stress. I remember when I was in college, I would study on the Stairmaster. So sometimes you just have to find little ways to get it in, but it does help to keep the stress levels down, and it also helps you sleep better.
What about when it comes to supplements? A lot of times college students don't get much sleep. They don't have much recovery time. Maybe, they're planning and prepping for an exam and they need, maybe some more focus or some more enhancement, maybe more energy levels. What do you recommend?
Hmm. At Lifetime, we recommend to everybody our foundational 5. So at the bare minimum, you want to make sure that you're getting foundational nutrients in your body. So that's through your multivitamin, right? We have quality products that you can read all about at lifetime.life. But in the foundational 5, we have our multivitamin, the D3K2, your omega 3s that will help, brain health, that magnesium that will help you to, focus on gut health and get plenty of sleep. But in addition to that, supplements like your protein, you could use a protein supplement like your protein powder. You could use it in your shake in the morning, but you could use it, in yogurt to help bring your protein up. So I'm an advocate for supplements. Also, if you think about things to have on hand as you go throughout the day, if you need something that's quick and easy to grab, like some of my favorites, this is a Built Bar. I'm a fan of anything coconut, so I really like to have that kind of supplementation on hand also.
Look at you with all the props and everything. I mean, that is that is visual right there. Kristen, thank you. Anything else that we can offer advice to some of those kids that are about to start their college semester, or perhaps their parents out there that are watching?
Absolutely. One thing I will say is my 2 big takeaways. I'm a little bit past college, but I still remember how pivotal it was. I was a trainer back in college, and I remember working with other students that were just busy and had crazy schedules. And one thing I emphasized to everybody is just meal prep. Same goes for all of us every day. If you can set aside just one day, there's simple ways to meal prep some food. I could go on and talk about food for days, but if you find your favorite things that are easy to put together, set aside some time on a Sunday and meal prep for 3 or 4 days, whether it's cooking multiple chicken breasts or putting together some kits where you could make a wrap on the go or something like that. Your nutrition is always going to be better if you can make it yourself, if you can make it at home in your kitchen versus something that it has been on a shelf for a few days. So start with that. Second is get some movement in, however that movement is. If you can walk for 10 minutes 3 times a day, that's fantastic. And then seek out some help. Reach out to us at Lifetime. We can help set up a nutrition plan. We can teach you how to meal plan. We can help you get some movement in. I have clients that I virtually coach with. So there's never a perfect solution for every single human. It's unique to each individual, but you can be successful if you put the attempt to it.
Kristen Skinner, personal training leader at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville. We appreciate your time as always on the digital desk. Thanks very much.
Absolutely. Thanks, Andrew.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and there are a couple of stories that I'm going to hold up here that I printed out. This is about the City Council, and first off, they're suing the Election Commission, the Shelby County Election Commission. This was big news over the course of last week and several days there, and it has to deal with these gun control referendums that the City Council wants to put on the ballot. But there's a back and forth between state leaders that say, hey, wait a second, these referendums would go against state law. You can't put it on there. The Shelby County Election Commission agreed with the state, and so now the Memphis City Council is suing the Election Commission in order to get these gun referendums on the ballot in November. And there's a lot of back and forth here, a lot of moving parts. Let's bring in our favorite City Beat reporter with the Daily Memphian. We got Sam Hardiman joining us on the digital desk. And Sam, one of the reporters there, of course, Bill Dries, also attributed to these articles. And Sam, I see this, and there's a couple of questions that come up to me. But first off, I just want to say, what are they trying to accomplish here? Because everything suggests, even Alan Wade, who is the Memphis City Council attorney, says, essentially, doesn't he say that, look, this is kind of futile here. What are we doing exactly? Because if it's not going to be on the ballot in November, then why upset a supermajority in the state when you're going to need the state's help at some point to get things done and accomplished and city taxes and all that stuff? Good morning to you.
Good morning, Andrew. And I don't think it was Alan Wade that said it was futile. I think it was Memphis Mayor Paul Young who said it was futile. But yeah, I mean, what's happening here is the city council argues that they know that under state law, the Memphis City Council cannot enact any actual laws that govern guns. That they say that they understand that what they are waiting for is enabling legislation from the state of Tennessee, because they believe that if these referendums, and referendums is such a tricky thing to say, referendums, get on the ballot, that it will be an expression of the will of the people that of Memphis, Tennessee, that they want to be carved out of a permitless carry state, which may be true. However, the state of Tennessee is essentially saying no, and we may cut your sales tax dollars if you do that. Your portion of the shared sales tax dollars. And what the crux of the lawsuit is going to be, because the city council sued the Shelby County Election Commission for keeping this off the ballot on Friday, is whether or not the fact that the city council does not dispute in its lawsuit that they are preempted by state law from enacting any gun regulation. What they're arguing is these things can still get on the ballot, can still be voted on, and then they're just essentially mute. They're just essentially fancy opinion polls that a lot of people voted on. And the crux of their lawsuit is we aren't preempted by the state until after the ballot referendum, and until after people vote on this. What may be argued by the election commission, or probably the state of Tennessee representing the election commission, I would guess, is that you are in fact preempted already, and these things can't even get on the ballot. And so then you have the other article you mentioned, which is Mayor Paul Young, essentially saying this is futile. I understand why these referendums are on the ballot, but all we're doing is inflaming tensions with state leadership. Reading between the lines, essentially the mayor is saying, the state leadership is a little more powerful than we are. This is me saying it, reading between the lines, not the mayor, but it's inflaming. He is saying inflaming tensions with state of leadership, and we need them to help Memphis, essentially.
Yeah, I got you on that. Something that was interesting in your article. So Cameron Sexton is, the House Speaker there, one of the more powerful state leaders in Tennessee, and he says, "Why don't you just pass an ordinance?" I think if I'm reading that correctly, is that right, Sam?
Yeah, he said that. One of the things is like this is an amendment to the city charter, and I think that and this is the legality here of I think that this, because of what the city council wants to do, is an amendment to the city charter, and that takes, I believe, a referendum ordinance. Ordinances that you pass, and this is where I'm kind of on shaky ground, but as I understand the legalese of it, I'm not a lawyer, is ordinances like, say, the speed limit in a certain part of street, right? That's part of the code and ordinances. You can just do that via 3 readings at the Memphis City Council. I think changing the city charter is a little different. Just like there are other referendums on the ballot that would have change the requirements for mayor, and that requires a vote of the people. And so that's what I think the city council is arguing, that essentially this is the city charter, not the code of ordinances, and that's why we have to put it on the ballot.
Okay, and so here again, it goes to city leadership fighting with the state. The mayor says, "Hey, cool it, you guys. That we need them later on." At what point is the city council going to perhaps swallow their pride and say, "Okay, maybe we can find some other ways to, curb gun violence, as opposed to, fighting with the city about this"? I mean, that's the next step. Okay, who's going to blink first? Who's going to say, "All right, let's bring down the temperature. Let's get things done a different way"?
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine there. I look forward to the first hearing on this lawsuit, because I think that will give us, because it has to move quickly here. The Shelby County Election Commission needs to figure out what is going to be on the ballot, and they have to mail votes to absentee voters and veterans overseas in the middle of this month, I think by September 21st or September 20th. So this has to go pretty quickly. In terms of swallowing pride, I have no idea. I think that's out of my strike zone, and I think that to the other point of your question, I think 2 things can be true, right? You can have a political fight over these referendums, and you can also be doing other things to help curb gun violence as a government, and that's certainly a conversation to be had. But I'm not certain that we're gonna see any sort of backing down until the legal system works.
Right, and when are we supposed to see, more regarding this lawsuit against the Election Commission? Is there supposed to be something later this week, this month? What?
Oh, it certainly has to be soon. And so my colleague and I, Bill Dries, who helped write these articles with me and is awesome in so many ways, he and I will be checking that docket every day. I would expect reporters at WMC to be checking that docket every day. Like I said, the Election Commission needs to know what is on the ballot by essentially late this month, because they have to mail ballots to voters, particularly veterans overseas, within 45 days of the election. That's like September 20th, September 21st. So yeah, it's going to move fast, very fast, very fast.
In one of the articles, Sam, there's a quote there from Cameron Sexton suggesting that, people are jockeying for political positions and the possibility of running for mayor, the county mayor. Is there any truth to that, or is he just kind of mouthing off a little bit?
I don't, all I can say, because I have to kind of protect, conversations that I've had with people that, weren't for attribution or weren't on the record. So I'm just going to kind of dodge this question. But I would always, the thing I always operate under is always ask why someone would say that, right? Why would someone say that? Cameron Sexton maybe has a good idea of what's happening. I don't know. I mean, he's not here, he doesn't live here, but he maybe has a decent political compass. I'm not sure. At the same time, what I would say is, on Friday, there was a big news conference at Memphis City Hall where elected leaders, Council Chairman J.B. Smiley, Councilwoman Jerry Green, Councilwoman Pearl Walker, Yolanda Cooper Sutton, and Council Janice Swearingen Washington all got in, State Rep Justin Pearson all got a lot of camera time. Okay. Got a lot of, they likely, I didn't watch the newscast that Friday night, but I imagine they were somewhere near the A block of the newscast. And so that's always good for name recognition, right? And name recognition, as you and I know, Andrew, in politics, is the name of the game. And so getting free media is always useful. And so that's what I'll say.
Okay, I understand 100%, Sam. I always appreciate our conversations. Thanks for not only your hard work, but also coming on the digital desk and spelling it out for us and letting us know. Anything else that you might be able to, we talk about every couple weeks. I leave it up to you if you wanted to tease anything that you might have coming up that we should know about.
No, I mean, just please keep reading the Daily Memphian. Please support us. Please support our journalism. I always appreciate coming on here. And yeah, just hopefully we're going to have some good work for you coming soon. That's all I'll say.
Always. Always, Sam. You always got good work, man. There's nothing, no bad work at all. It's all good, as they say. Sam Hardiman with the Daily Memphian, we appreciate your time.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you. All right, another live look from our High Five camera, Midtown Memphis. As we go to break, we'll be talking more about your forecast in 1 minute. Can I borrow your remote for a minute? This thing is...
Your stuff is falling apart, ain't it?
It is a technically challenged day today. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A looking fine type of situation across the Mid-South here today as clouds gradually begin to increase. Temperatures in the upper 80s as we go through the course of the afternoon hours of northeasterly wind around 10 to 15 miles per hour. One thing that you will notice is as we go through the course of the day, the clouds will be on the increase. So starting off with sunshine, Gradually through the course of the mid to late morning, we'll call it partly cloudy, partly sunny by lunchtime, and mostly cloudy by the end of the day, and turning just plain cloudy, mostly cloudy at least, through the overnight period tonight. The overnight low 72 as we start to see a chance for a passing shower by early on your Wednesday morning. That comes by way of a backwards front coming into the area, moving from east to west as we go through the course of your day tomorrow. Today, we should be mostly dry. If there's going to be any shower chances, it's probably going to be in our easternmost communities. And then as we head into Wednesday, closer to the Mississippi River points westward, a little better chance for rain. And notice Thursday, it's not a ton of rain on the way. And actually, that may be a thing that has changed up in the forecast as we've gone through the last 24 hours, as some drier air may sneak back into the fold, at least briefly, for that point in time. Let's go with our hour-by-hour first alert futurecast here today. And again, a lot of clouds building in our direction. Notice to the east of us, a band of showers and thunderstorms developing along the I-65 corridor from Nashville to Huntsville down to Birmingham, moving westward. That will kick up a couple of showers overnight tonight into the start of your Wednesday. A lot of clouds through the day on Wednesday will keep the temperatures at bay. We may see a few showers and thunderstorms bubbling up by late morning, early afternoon. That's probably our best chances for seeing some scattered showers as we go through the afternoon hours. Not everybody finding themselves wet, but there will be some pockets where rain may be a little bit more prevalent in other locations. We'll start to see things drying out slowly for Thursday morning. A few lingering showers amid the clouds that will begin to break up for more peaks of sunshine. And notice more rain to the west of the Action News 5 coverage area during the afternoon hours of Thursday, and we'll see some blow-off clouds moving in our direction as well. So kind of a back and forth between clouds and sunshine, and still a risk for a few showers, but the coverage of rain may be a little bit lower. And the reasoning why is some drier air trying to sneak in across the area for Thursday. Speaking to that, before that happens, Wednesday, surge of moisture comes in. That's that backdoor front that's going to move in from east to west going into Wednesday. So a little surge of moisture coming in here where you see these yellows and oranges and reds. That's going to continue westward. Notice the blues coming in behind it. That's the drier air trying to sneak in behind it, at least briefly, before an actual cold front starts moving through the area. This is the cold front moving towards the Mid-South Friday evening. That may kick up a couple of showers Friday evening, Friday night, before everything clears out and much cooler, drier air filters into the Mid-South heading into the upcoming weekend. You will definitely notice a big difference in our temperatures, not only in the highs, but also in the overnight low temperatures. Highs on Saturday and Sunday expected to be in the upper 70s and near 80 degrees both days. So some fantastic weather setting up for us during that time frame. 87 the high today, though, back and forth between clouds and sunshine, adding in a couple of chances for showers on your Wednesday. It's not going to be a washout, and it's not going to be in every location. Some of you will stay completely dry on Wednesday. Thursday, still a chance for a few showers. We'll call it partly sunny there, partly sunny again on Friday as we get ready for that cold front to move through the area. Typically right ahead of a cold front, get compressional heating. And so if we get enough sunshine and lack of rain, which doesn't look to be the most prevalent thing with this front moving through the area, there might be a few showers along the front Friday evening, Friday night. It will clear us out going into Saturday. I think Saturday's going to look fantastic. Of course, we got a lot of football games going on for high school football games on Friday. Hopefully, we'll stay dry this week. Last week, it was kind of hit or miss when it came down to rain and storms across the region. And some folks stayed dry. Other folks, well, you know, it came down quick, fast, and in a hurry. The Memphis Tigers going up against the Troy Trojans at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, 11 a.m. kickoff on Saturday. Not bad. Lots of sunshine, comfortable air, north breeze flowing through here around 10 to 15 miles per hour. You will definitely notice a difference that day. And when you wake up early on Sunday morning, upper 50s in the city, that means lower 50s in the outlying areas. So we'll probably do that again Sunday night into Monday morning to kick off the new work and school week, low 80s. And I'll tell you, the extended forecast, the humidity levels don't really go up that much throughout much of next week. No, the temperatures will rebound. We'll get closer to average for this time of the year in the middle and upper 80s Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a mixture of more sunshine than clouds. But at least, again, the humidity levels remaining on the lower end of the spectrum. The best chances for rain for us likely coming in here Wednesday, even Thursday, again, kind of teetering on that because the bulk of the moisture will be pushed down towards the south and west of the Action News 5 coverage area thanks to a northeasterly wind that's going to rebuild into the area for Thursday. We'll get ready for that front to move through here Friday, and we're off to the races for a great weekend and comfortable air for the first full weekend of September.
is a critical shortage of blood right now. In fact, it is gotten to the point where the American Red Cross is calling this an emergency type situation because it is plummeted. The inventories have plummeted a lot this summer. Let's bring in someone to talk about the blood shortage and what we can do about it. I'm joined now by Dr. Baya Lansky. She is a Division Chief Medical Officer with the American Red Cross. Dr. Lasky, good morning to you. Tell us about the blood shortage and the serious effect that it has.
Yes, well, the recent severe weather has had a significant impact on the blood supply. We have seen Hurricane Debbie, the wildfires, the tornadoes that have forced the cancellation of about 60 drives just in the last week, which means 1,500 blood donations that were not collected. This is now coming on the heels of July, where we saw record temperatures across the country during a time when it's already challenging to collect due to travel and vacation plans. So as you said, since July 1st, the American Red Cross blood supply has dropped by 25%, which means about 19,000 units that have not been collected. And we are working very closely with our hospitals around the clock to make sure that patient needs are met. But unfortunately, the blood is going out the door faster than we are able to collect it.
Right, and right now you need all blood types, but type O is the most favored, right?
That's right. Donors of all blood types are welcome to come donate. No matter what your blood type, you can help patients. But you're exactly right. Type O blood product is particularly low. O negative is patients of any blood type and are particularly critical for emergencies. And so distributions of these most high demand, most needed blood types have been reduced to hospitals in recent months. And then also platelets of all blood types are in constant need as well.
Okay, so let's talk about the best ways, because we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. We broadcast to West Tennessee, North Mississippi, and Eastern Arkansas. What are the best ways that people can go ahead and donate blood?
Yes, well, you can find us at redcrossblood.org, call us at 1-800-RED Cross, or find us on the Red Cross Blood Donor app. You can find a location near you to make an appointment. And we are encouraging everyone, if you have never donated before, it is easy and it's a short amount of time that of your day that you can save a life and touch someone else's survival. As a thank you, we are offering a $20 Amazon gift card to anyone who comes in during the month of August. And I would just encourage people, patients depend on hospitals, hospitals depend on us, and we depend on you to help support them. So please, as you go about your summer, please remember the people who are in the hospital who need transfusions today, tomorrow, next week. We really need people to come out and donate.
All right, Dr. Baya Lasky, we appreciate you and everything that the American Red Cross does for everyone, especially in those moments where we need the American Red Cross the most. Thank you, and hopefully the message has been sent out loud and clear to the thousands of people who watch us. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Researchers estimate that genetics make up just 25% of the factors that determine how long we live. The other 75% can be contributed to a large part of making healthy lifestyle choices. And studies find that those choices add years to your life. So let's talk a little bit more about all this with our friend here from Regional One Health, Dr. Anna Yang, joining us once again on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Dr. Yang, always good to see you here. Appreciate you giving us some time this morning. So let's talk about some of the simple things we can do to add quality years to our life. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Thank you again for having me. And what you said is correct. The important thing is quality life, not just additional numbers of years.
Exactly. So where do we begin?
Well, so there are a lot of factors that are actually within your control to extend good years to your life. It's a combination of everything, really, your physical health, your mental health, and your emotional health, and just staying safe in general. But two of the things we hear most often about, diet and exercise are always, at the top of the list of things that you can do and take control of your life to make the, last 20 years of it or more even the best that they can be.
Let's dive a little bit deeper into that, because diet and exercise, you're absolutely right. That's what we hear about. What about the diet, and what about the exercise? And give me some, let's dive deeper.
Sure. So let's start with exercise. We always think of exercise as, misery and sweating and tough, but it's not just about sweating and getting that heart rate up. Exercise is also about mobility and keeping your bones strong and your muscles moving. And sometimes later in life, as simple as just walking and being able to get around and be independent. Exercising doesn't have to include, running on a treadmill or cycling or something very intense or potentially even hard on the joints. It can be even something as simple as stretching every day, or even sitting in a chair and doing some exercise, walking around in a pool, just getting your body moving so that you don't lose your ability to move your joints later on in your life.
Is there a guideline like 3-4 times a week, 30 minutes each time you exercise?
Well, there are general guidelines out there for, the average healthy adult. But if you're not already exercising, I would not start at those guidelines. I would definitely talk to your doctor and take it slow. Even if it's just, walking down the block, slowly for the first time, or just doing some simple, stretches, exercises, and improving your range of motion and your flexibility. Start small. Depending on your medical problems and medical history, you may not be able to jump into things right away. It may be too much for your body and your joints and your heart. So just starting to do something and then gradually taking that up as you tolerate and as your doctor advises is what I would recommend doing if you're not already somebody who's exercising.
What about the healthy diet? Can you give us some healthy diet tips?
So year after year after year, it's the Mediterranean diet. That is the one that's most supported and backed by scientific research in, prolonging good years of life and decreasing cardiovascular disease and all sorts of things. And this Mediterranean diet is actually pretty simple. It's not necessarily what you would think of classically as, someone who eats in the Mediterranean necessarily. It's basically an emphasis on fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, lean proteins, and whole grains. There's also something called the DASH diet, which is based on the Mediterranean diet. The DASH diet is specifically designed for hypertension or high blood pressure, to decrease high blood pressure, potentially without even requiring medication. And the DASH diet is similar to the Mediterranean diet, but it's a little bit more structured in that, it gives you specific portions and serving sizes and that kind of thing. DASH stands for dietary approaches to stop hypertension. So if you want to look something up as, the most healthy diet, not just the, fad diet for losing weight or, cutting calories and that kind of thing, look up the Mediterranean diet and the DASH diet.
Appreciate the deep dive on those two aspects. When we talk about healthy aging, Dr. Yang, we can't help but also mention how important sleep is. Can you talk a little bit about sleep?
Absolutely. Sleep is important for every age, not just as you get older. Sometimes people think that, as you get older, maybe you don't need so much sleep or it's less important, but that's 100% not true. Sleep is where your brain goes to rest and processes memories and all the things that you did that day. And you need that sleep in order to be restful the next day, to be alert and awake and, avoid falling and be safe and, use your mind to its best capacity. And also, as people age, their schedule might become less structured. And so, napping during the day, irregular sleep schedules, that's something that's very easy of a habit to fall into sometimes. And it becomes more important to make sure you stay on a regular schedule so that your sleep cycle and your sleep schedule also stays regular.
Sleep, we have food, we have exercise. What else?
Well, your emotional health or your social health is also very important, not to mention your spiritual health. All of these things are things to remember too. Your body's not just a physical being, but you also have a mind that is very, very important. So staying connected with friends and family, as people age, a lot of people lose friends and family, and so it can be harder to stay in touch with people and get that sense of connection with others. And that can be really isolating and really tough. So it's really important to, make new friends and keep your old connections strong and make sure you reach out to friends and family and develop those relationships so that they can be stronger later in life as well. Also, spiritual health doesn't mean you have to be religious or go to a church, but having, a way to calm your mind and process things and have a way to be at peace with yourself when tough things happen is very important.
Absolutely. I'm seeing more and more things about how having that social connection, especially for older people, more and more studies show how vital that is. I see that almost every few weeks or so. It seems to come up more and more. Anything else that we can put on this list here? We've got diet and exercise. You've talked about that. Social, spiritual health. Anything else before we let you go, Dr. Yang?
Sure. I mean, even just staying safe in this environment that we live in, making sure that the people you surround yourself are good influences on you and your life, staying, just safe from accidental deaths and all the violence that's happening out there, having situational awareness of where you are and who you're with and what's going on, knowing when to, walk away from a fight and how to defend yourself is just so important. I mean, you got to make it to those years in order to have those years. So getting there and preserving your life and knowing how to defend yourself and where to be and putting yourself in the best situations and the safest situations is just so important with everything that we've got going on, especially living here in Memphis.
Yeah, no question about it. Dr. Anna Yang, always appreciate the conversations that we have on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. This is another good one. The best ways to add quality years to your life. Such a great conversation, and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, another live look from our High Five camera here, downtown Memphis. As you go to break here, 77 degrees on a Tuesday at 12 minutes after 10. Your full forecast in 60 seconds.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A looking fine type of situation across the Mid-South here today as clouds gradually begin to increase. Temperatures in the upper 80s as we go through the course of the afternoon hours of northeasterly wind around 10 to 15 miles per hour. One thing that you will notice is as we go through the course of the day, the clouds will be on the increase. So starting off with sunshine, gradually through the course of the mid to late morning, we'll call it partly cloudy, partly sunny by lunchtime, and mostly cloudy by the end of the day, and turning just plain cloudy, mostly cloudy at least, through the overnight period tonight. The overnight low 72 as we start to see a chance for a passing shower by early on your Wednesday morning. That comes by way of a backwards front coming into the area, moving from east to west as we go through the course of your day tomorrow. Today, we should be mostly dry. If there's going to be any shower chances, it's probably going to be in our easternmost communities. And then as we head into Wednesday, closer to the Mississippi River points westward, a little better chance for rain. And notice Thursday, it's not a ton of rain on the way. And actually, that may be a thing that has changed up in the forecast as we've gone through the last 24 hours, as some drier air may sneak back into the fold, at least briefly, for that point in time. Let's go with our hour-by-hour first alert futurecast here today. And again, a lot of clouds building in our direction. Notice to the east of us, a band of showers and thunderstorms developing along the I-65 corridor from Nashville to Huntsville down to Birmingham, moving westward. That will kick up a couple of showers overnight tonight into the start of your Wednesday. A lot of clouds through the day on Wednesday will keep the temperatures at bay. We may see a few showers and thunderstorms bubbling up by late morning, early afternoon. That's probably our best chances for seeing some scattered showers as we go through the afternoon hours. Not everybody finding themselves wet, but there will be some pockets where rain may be a little bit more prevalent in other locations. We'll start to see things drying out slowly for Thursday morning. A few lingering showers amid the clouds that will begin to break up for more peaks of sunshine. And notice more rain to the west of the Action News 5 coverage area during the afternoon hours of Thursday, and we'll see some blow-off clouds moving in our direction as well. So kind of a back and forth between clouds and sunshine, and still a risk for a few showers, but the coverage of rain may be a little bit lower, and the reasoning why is some drier air trying to sneak in across the area for Thursday. Speaking to that, before that happens, Wednesday, surge of moisture comes in. That's that backdoor front that's going to move in from east to west going into Wednesday. So a little surge of moisture coming in here where you see these yellows and oranges and reds. That's going to continue westward. Notice the blues coming in behind it. That's the drier air trying to sneak in behind it, at least briefly, before an actual cold front starts moving through the area. This is the cold front moving towards the Mid-South Friday evening. That may kick up a couple of showers Friday evening, Friday night, before everything clears out and much cooler, drier air filters into the Mid-South heading into the upcoming weekend. You will definitely notice a big difference in our temperatures, not only in the highs, but also in the overnight low temperatures. Highs on Saturday and Sunday expected to be in the upper 70s and near 80 degrees both days. So some fantastic weather setting up for us during that time frame. 87 the high today, though, back and forth between clouds and sunshine, adding in a couple of chances for showers on your Wednesday. It's not going to be a washout, and it's not going to be in every location. Some of you will stay completely dry on Wednesday. Thursday, still a chance for a few showers. We'll call it partly sunny there, partly sunny again on Friday as we get ready for that cold front to move through the area. Typically right ahead of a cold front, get compressional heating. And so if we get enough sunshine and lack of rain, which doesn't look to be the most prevalent thing with this front moving through the area, there might be a few showers along the front Friday evening, Friday night. It will clear us out going into Saturday. I think Saturday's going to look fantastic. Of course, we got a lot of football games going on for high school football games on Friday. Hopefully, we'll stay dry this week. Last week, it was kind of hit or miss when it came down to rain and storms across the region. And some folks stayed dry. Other folks, well, you know, it came down quick, fast, and in a hurry. The Memphis Tigers going up against the Troy Trojans at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, 11 a.m. kickoff on Saturday. Not bad. Lots of sunshine, comfortable air, north breeze flowing through here around 10 to 15 miles per hour. You will definitely notice a difference that day. And when you wake up early on Sunday morning, upper 50s in the city, that means lower 50s in the outlying areas. So we'll probably do that again Sunday night into Monday morning to kick off the new work and school week, low 80s. And I'll tell you, the extended forecast, the humidity levels don't really go up that much throughout much of next week. No, the temperatures will rebound. We'll get closer to average for this time of the year in the middle and upper 80s Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a mixture of more sunshine than clouds. but at least, again, the humidity levels remaining on the lower end of the spectrum. The best chances for rain for us likely coming in here Wednesday, even Thursday. Again, kind of teetering on that because the bulk of the moisture will be pushed down towards the south and west of the Action News 5 coverage area thanks to a northeasterly wind that's going to rebuild into the area for Thursday. We'll get ready for that front to move through here Friday, and we're off to the races for a great weekend and comfortable air for the first full weekend of September.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. There has been some new research that has recently been documented with the Alzheimer's Association. And this research covers 3 different areas, everything from blood tests to GLP-1, which is Ozempic, those sort of things, and processed red meat. And this research is, as I mentioned, recent, and it is something that really gives us more of an idea of maybe the factors involved with dementia and Alzheimer's. Let's bring in someone with the Alzheimer's Association. Amy French is a research champion and senior program manager with the Alzheimer's Association. She's joining us now on the digital desk. Amy, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's talk a little bit about this recent research and what, from your perspective, you see as the most valuable aspects to it. Good morning.
Good morning. And thank you so much for having us on to talk about these important developments. And my role with the association is to bring this information to the living rooms, to have the honor and the privilege to attend so many of these scientific convenings like the Alzheimer's Association International Conference that I just came from, and learn about what's happening in the field and bringing it to the living rooms of the yous and me's of the world. So the blood test. As we know, the diagnostic process for Alzheimer's disease is very complex right now, and it requires extensive cognitive testing, usually brain imaging, that is expensive and not always paid for by insurance and not accessible to everyone, things like PET scan imaging. So a blood test that is now FDA approved as of this month will bring that capability of the primary care physician to do a preliminary blood test screening that will show at about a 90% accuracy rate the presence in the blood of what's called biomarkers or indicators that the disease process is happening in the brain. And that will, of course, accelerate diagnosis. It will eliminate the burden that is currently on specialists like neurologists and gerontologists who often have to do that preliminary screening. With that screening being done in advance, we know that there's a desert of specialists like neurologists and cardiologists. So it would take the burden off of them and enable primary care physicians to accelerate diagnosis and move forward with that. So that's very exciting and really groundbreaking news in the disease process.
It sounds like it. So, Amy, just so we're clear, I just wanted to ask you, so if someone, for example, we have thousands of people that watch us here on the digital desk, if someone were to go and maybe get a physical, okay, and they draw blood, is this blood test that you mentioned is FDA approved, could they say with that blood test, okay, look, you're only 35 or 45, but you have biomarkers that suggest that you could have dementia or Alzheimer's later in life? Is that how it works?
the long and short of it is yes. That test is not widely used yet. Obviously, it was just approved and made available, so it is not widely used. But that is what we envision for the very near future. For it to be a predictive test. As we know, the disease process for most chronic progressive diseases, be it kidney disease, heart disease, diabetes, and Alzheimer's disease, the disease process begins long before symptoms become obvious. And if you wait until symptoms are obvious, then the ability to manage that disease is greatly reduced. So yes, as a diagnostic tool, not yet widely used, again, just made available, but that is a very realistic and strong expectation.
Yeah, I would think that anyone who has an opportunity to get this kind of test, to get it as soon as possible, because then the earlier you get it and the more that you have biomarkers, and the earlier, that means the earlier you can do things to stave off the dementia and Alzheimer's, and do things to really kind of combat against some of the ugliness that we see of that disease. Is that right?
That's true. And to be very clear, we do not have at this point in the research game, we don't have the ability to stop the disease entirely. We don't have the ability to prevent the disease entirely. Again, this is true of many chronic progressive illnesses as well. It doesn't make it acceptable, but it doesn't make Alzheimer's an exception in that regard. So what we really are looking at, as again, I keep saying it, with chronic progressive diseases, is lifestyle interventions that really can make a difference in our risk factors for developing things like Alzheimer's and other chronic diseases. And by that, I mean things like one of the studies that I think you wanted to talk about today was a study about processed red meat. And that study backs up 100% the idea through a study that was done for over 130,000 healthcare professionals over the course of 40 years. So this is not just some fly-by-night study that goes, oh yeah, that's probably true. It is evidence-based research that shows that the consumption of 2 to 3 portions of something like bacon, or I hate to hate on bacon because everybody loves bacon, but 2 to 3 portions a week increases your risk of cognitive decline by 14%. That's a pretty significant percentage, and especially in regard to something that we do have control over and we can change. That doesn't mean you have to give up bacon forever. Maybe 2 or 3 times a month, it's fine. It's probably not going to hurt you. And also the good news is that unprocessed red meats, like just your normal healthy meat that you buy that's not full of nitrites and preservatives and sodium, it doesn't seem to have any factor at this point in time on your risk. So we're looking at pretty much, excessive use of processed meats that is the culprit here.
Gotcha. So, hot dogs, sausages, bacon, those traditional things, not necessarily, like red meat when you say steak, or a piece of pork or something like that that's unprocessed, right?
And yes, that's correct. And the guidelines that are in place for a healthy diet, like the Mediterranean diet, the DASH diet, all of those guidelines are still very, very much recommended in regard to overall health. We're just showing through this study that it just backs up everything that we already know about a healthy diet and the scientific evidence that's there in regard to what's good for the heart is good for the brain.
Right. And so, Amy, I'm reading from one of the things from the Alzheimer's report, and it says that processed meat, as we've been talking, raises the risk of dementia, but if you swap it for nuts and beans, it will lower the risk. And you mentioned earlier how this was a 4-decade study of more than 130,000 people. So it wasn't a small group and it wasn't a small timeline. We're talking a huge, that's a beautiful study, if you will, because it covers so many different people over such a long period of time.
Yeah, and it really gives us irrefutable evidence that, again, has been backed up time and time again. There are subsequent studies that are being funded by the Alzheimer's Association, even as we speak, to hone it down and get a better understanding of the impact of things like the processed meats and other dietary factors that we know from past evidence are not healthy, understanding better why exactly it is that these particular things like the nitrites, like the high sodium, do increase our risk. Understanding why the risk is increased can help us understand how to better reduce that risk and mitigate that risk, not just through the elimination or the significant reduction of those products, but also in regard to research in general, understanding the disease better.
Okay, and Amy, finally, I want to go to the third aspect, and this was the GLP-1. So this is things like Wegovy, Ozempic, and how it may protect against dementia. Explain the results coming out of this.
Yeah, so those studies indicate that the weight loss drugs may have a protective quality for the brain. We also know that those drugs really haven't been on the market for a long time, so we haven't had the opportunity to do really longitudinal studies. But preliminary indicators indicate that there's a very good possibility that there is some protective quality. Now, that doesn't mean that those medications are going to now be the norm for a person who has Alzheimer's to go on those medications. That's not what the takeaway is. The takeaway is that it's yet another avenue of hope, yet another avenue that is being explored. We know that the relationship between what creates risk factors for diabetes and other metabolic diseases are also risk factors for Alzheimer's disease. So knowing that medications that can help mitigate those metabolic type disorders might be indicated in also mitigating Alzheimer's risk and Alzheimer's progression is very encouraging and very significant. Isn't it wonderful when a medication comes on the market that's just not a one-trick pony, that it has a lot of other benefits as well?
No, I'm very encouraged by these recent breakthroughs. I think I may have mentioned it to you and perhaps some of your colleagues that my dad has Alzheimer's, and so we go through it as a family together. And I do a lot of things with the Alzheimer's Association and I love learning about these breakthroughs because it's so valuable for so many people out there. Where can our audience look at some of these breakthroughs and kind of read for themselves? Is there a place online?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Of course there is. Our website is your absolute go-to. It's alz.org, alz.org, that simple. We also have a toll-free helpline at 1-800-272-3900, and I hope that you'll flash that on the screen for us. Both are great resources. I encourage people, especially if you're overwhelmed as a caregiver, and as a caregiver yourself, this is the norm to feel overwhelmed as a caregiver. Sometimes going to the Google net, as they say, can be really scary and intimidating and overwhelming. Even our website, which is 100% evidence-based, if you see it on the Alzheimer's Association website, you know that it's true. You know that it's not a fly-by-night study, a scheme to get you to buy a product or whatever. You know it's legit. So our toll-free number is a great resource too that I think is drastically underutilized. You can ask a question about anything. You can ask a question about what we just talked about today, about the blood test, about whether Ozempic is going to help reduce your risk. It doesn't have to be a deep, intense question. It can be anything you need and want to know about Alzheimer's disease. We are in the business of education and support, along with, of course, funding the research and even providing research studies as well. That's our business. It's what we do. We are here to help. We are here to help in whatever way we can. And that means one-on-one. If it's a one-on-one conversation with our helpline, and it helps even one small bit in helping you understand your risk, mitigating your risk, or understand your role as a caregiver and how to best provide care for your loved one. All those things are so important, and that's why we're here. And we want people to help us do our job. We want to have people that we can serve.
Amy French, we really appreciate this conversation. Thank you so much for letting us know about these recent breakthroughs, valuable information that people can check out at alz.org. Thank you for your time. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and I am joined right now by two ladies here to tell me about the shape of the workforce in the future. There is something called Shape the Workforce of the Future, and I have Donna Dancy. She is with the Office of Youth Services in the City of Memphis, and Sarah Lockridge Steckel, Executive Director of the Collective Blueprint. Ladies, good morning to you. First off, tell me what this event is all about.
Good morning. We are so excited to have an upcoming career opportunity for young adults here in our city. Young adults who are 18 to 22, we have career internships that are coming up in September where you can gain early work experience, you can get training up front, and then you can begin your career right away earning $17 an hour with our employer partners. And so we're excited for this opportunity for young adults in our city.
So what kind of jobs are we talking about?
We're talking about a range of in-demand jobs. So we are targeting employers that have full-time opportunities in in-demand industries, for example, technology, healthcare, the skilled trades, who are looking to hire directly into their companies. And this is an opportunity for young adults to gain exposure, gain mentorship, gain some experience, and then potentially be interviewed for those very opportunities.
So, Donna, I understand you're with the Office of Youth Services. Tell me how the City of Memphis is involved in this. Donna, can you hear me? I don't think she can hear me. All right.
So I can chime in. So this
Okay,
is a
please.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a partnership between the Collective Blueprint and the Office of Youth Services. So, you know, they provide incredible programming. This has been a priority of the mayors to really provide high quality opportunities and career opportunities to young adults 18 to 22. And so we are partnering to provide the wages, to provide training, to recruit high quality employers who want to provide these opportunities to young adults. So we're very excited about this partnership.
And tell me when this event is.
So it starts in mid-September. So we're taking applications for young adults now. We're also taking applications for employer partners as well. And then on September 16th, we'll kick off the programming, and it's 8 weeks of programming. So young adults will receive 2 weeks of upfront career training. Then they'll get placed at employer sites and paid 20 hours a week for those opportunities. And then they'll have the opportunity to continue on either with training or with full-time employment at some of our partners.
Tell me what the Collective Blueprint is, Sarah.
Yeah, our mission is to increase socioeconomic mobility for young adults by building pathways to thriving careers. And so we are building and creating great opportunities for young adults in our city, particularly young adults who have been out of work and out of school, maybe didn't go to college, are looking for that next step, and really need intensive support. So we provide coaching, mental health services, intensive training up front so you're successful in school and in employment. And we've been partnering with young adults for the last 7 years. So we have hundreds of graduates who have gone on to coding careers, technology, healthcare, nursing, all sorts of pathways.
So is there a website where someone can get some more information if they're watching right now?
Absolutely. Yeah, the collectiveblueprint.org. So you can apply if you're a young adult there. It's a free application, easy application for young adults. And if you're an interested employer, you can go to the collectiveblueprint.org as well to sign up to be an employer partner and to be a placement site for this opportunity.
Okay, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having us.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There was a new survey. It was a national survey from Discover, and it said 80% of American consumers are anxious about their financial situation. That doesn't surprise me. We've seen this all across Memphis and the Mid-South time and again. Some of the factors involved: high inflation, everyday expenses, the economy, income, debt. Those are among the top stressors fueling the anxiety. Again, this is due to a national survey here from Discover. Financial stress is severe. Let's talk about ways to reduce that stress that we have so often in this economy and in this world that we live in. I'm joined right now by Dan Nickel, VP of Discover Personal Loans, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. So, Dan, good morning to you. Tell me more about this national survey. I think it was your group that put it together.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. You mentioned the headline. 80% of Americans are feeling some level of financial anxiety. Perhaps not surprising, but it is certainly something we'd like to see come down over time. And unfortunately, that number has remained consistently high for the last 3 years. That 80% number is virtually the same result we've had for 3 years running. And at the top of the factors that are contributing to financial stress are high inflation and high everyday expenses, two things that are very closely associated with one another.
They certainly are. And where do you think, Dan, that people make their biggest mistakes when it comes to, financial anxiety and making things worse? Where do people go wrong?
I think being unprepared is one thing. Ideally, everyone would have an emergency fund. But the other thing, if they're already in debt, is not believing that they can get out of it. So our survey found that 1/3 of Americans don't expect to ever get out of debt. And that's quite discouraging. I'm more of an optimist, and I believe that there's quite a bit that people can do, from making a budget, but also to potentially taking out a consolidation loan that might allow them to lower the rate that they're paying on their debt so they can get out of it faster.
Yes, I've heard that. That is a great idea and suggestion. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about some ways to minimize that stress, that anxiety that we all have, or many of us have, I should say, around our financial situation. Dan.
Yeah, so we found that Gen Z, for example, 42% of them don't even want to look at their financial statements or their bank statements. That's not going to be a winning strategy. So you have to get out your bank statements and you have to start with a solid budget. You want to have a good understanding of everything that's coming in, of course, but also where it's going so that you can put those dollars to work as hard as they can for you. And if possible, eliminating expenses is going to allow you to allocate more of your hard-earned income towards paying down debt. That's the key. You got to put more towards debt so you can get out of debt faster.
So does that mean, I know some people out there that, they'll say, well, I have this huge car payment and I have this mortgage that I got to pay and I got 3 kids and they have their expenses. And so I need to take a second or a third job. I mean, what do you tell someone like that? We have thousands of people that watch here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Dan, and they're probably wondering a little bit of the same. Where do we begin?
Yeah, I think that stress is understandable. It's been challenging. Incomes have not kept pace with the rising costs out there. And so you have to be prepared and you have to understand your options. That's what I tell people, is that they can do it. And they want to look at ways that they can reduce the cost of their debt and be prepared for anything that might come at them in an unexpected way. A water heater can go out at any minute. You have to have a plan so that you're ready to confront those things and not put yourself into a deeper hole.
Okay, so if we're doing bullet points right here, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like the top bullet point needs to be create a cash reserve account. And that's for any kind of emergencies out there. Take me through maybe 2 more or 3 more bullet points.
Yeah, so an emergency fund is going to give you that cushion for when something comes. That's the top of the list. The next thing is to make a budget. There's so many different budgeting strategies out there, and there's different ways to go about it. But look up the one that you feel most comfortable with, pull out a pencil and paper, and understand each line item of your personal balance sheet. The next thing is to look for opportunities within that budget to allocate more money towards debt. And then the last thing I would say is to look for opportunities to reduce the interest rate you're paying on any debt. A consolidation loan is a great way to potentially get that win.
I like it. I like it. These are tangible options for our audience out there to start reducing debt and reducing that financial anxiety. Anything else you want to mention, Dan, before we let you go that you haven't mentioned yet?
Yeah, what I would say is that when you're choosing a provider for a personal loan, you want to make sure that you pick one with no origination fee. An origination fee erodes how much of the cash from that loan you get in your pocket that you could put towards debt payments. And so if you took out a $20,000 loan and it had an origination fee, you might only get $18,000 in your pocket, but you'd be tasked with paying back the full 20. So look for a provider that's going to offer a loan with no origination fee. Discover Personal Loans is proud to offer such a product, and your audience can check their rate without any impact to their credit score at discoverpersonalloans.com.
DiscoverPersonalLoans.com. Managing debt, reducing financial anxiety. Dan Nickel, VP of Discover Personal Loans. Really appreciate the tangible options that you gave us here. Great news you can use. Thanks so very much for coming on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it. There is a critical shortage of blood right now. In fact, it is gotten to the point where the American Red Cross is calling this an emergency type situation because it is plummeted. The inventories have plummeted a lot this summer. Let's bring in someone to talk about the blood shortage and what we can do about it. I'm joined now by Dr. Baya Lansky. She is a Division Chief Medical Officer with the American Red Cross. Dr. Lasky, good morning to you. Tell us about the blood shortage and the serious effect that it has.
Yes, well, the recent severe weather has had a significant impact on the blood supply. We have seen Hurricane Debbie, the wildfires, the tornadoes that have forced the cancellation of about 60 drives just in the last week, which means 1,500 blood donations that were not collected. This is now coming on the heels of July, where we saw record temperatures across the country during a time when it's already challenging to collect due to travel and vacation plans. So as you said, since July 1st, the American Red Cross blood supply has dropped by 25%, which means about 19,000 units that have not been collected. And we are working very closely with our hospitals around the clock to make sure that patient needs are met. But unfortunately, the blood is going out the door faster than we are able to collect it.
Right, and right now you need all blood types, but type O is the most favored, right?
That's right. Donors of all blood types are welcome to come donate. No matter what your blood type, you can help patients. But you're exactly right. Type O blood product is particularly low. O negative is patients of any blood type and are particularly critical for emergencies. And so distributions of these most high demand, most needed blood types have been reduced to hospitals in recent months. And then also platelets of all blood types are in constant need as well.
Okay, so let's talk about the best ways, because we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. We broadcast to West Tennessee, North Mississippi, and Eastern Arkansas. What are the best ways that people can go ahead and donate blood?
Yes, well, you can find us at redcrossblood.org, call us at 1-800-RED CROSS, or find us on the Red Cross Blood Donor app. You can find a location near you to make an appointment. And we are encouraging everyone, if you have never donated before, it is easy and it's a short amount of time that of your day that you can save a life and touch someone else's survival. As a thank you, we are offering a $20 Amazon gift card to anyone who comes in during the month of August. And I would just encourage people, patients depend on hospitals, hospitals depend on us, and we depend on you to help support them. So please, as you go about your summer, please remember the people who are in the hospital who need transfusions today, tomorrow, next week. We really need people to come out and donate.
All right, Dr. Baya Lasky, we appreciate you and everything that the American Red Cross does for everyone, especially in those moments where we need the American Red Cross the most. Thank you, and hopefully the message has been sent out loud and clear to the thousands of people who watch us.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A looking fine type of situation across the Mid-South here today as clouds gradually begin to increase. Temperatures in the upper 80s as we go through the course of the afternoon hours of northeasterly wind around 10 to 15 miles per hour. One thing that you will notice is as we go through the course of the day, the clouds will be on the increase. So starting off with sunshine, gradually through the course of the mid to late morning, we'll call it partly cloudy, partly sunny by lunchtime, and mostly cloudy by the end of the day, and turning just plain cloudy, mostly cloudy at least, through the overnight period tonight. The overnight low 72 as we start to see a chance for a passing shower by early on your Wednesday morning. That comes by way of a backwards front coming into the area, moving from east to west as we go through the course of your day tomorrow. Today, we should be mostly dry. If there's going to be any shower chances, it's probably going to be in our easternmost communities. And then as we head into Wednesday, closer to the Mississippi River points westward, a little better chance for rain. And notice Thursday, it's not a ton of rain on the way. And actually, that may be a thing that has changed up in the forecast as we've gone through the last 24 hours, as some drier air may sneak back into the fold, at least briefly, for that point in time. Let's go with our hour-by-hour first alert futurecast here today. And again, a lot of clouds building in our direction. Notice to the east of us, a band of showers and thunderstorms developing along the I-65 corridor from Nashville to Huntsville down to Birmingham, moving westward. That will kick up a couple of showers overnight tonight into the start of your Wednesday. A lot of clouds through the day on Wednesday will keep the temperatures at bay. We may see a few showers and thunderstorms bubbling up by late morning, early afternoon. That's probably our best chances for seeing some scattered showers as we go through the afternoon hours. Not everybody finding themselves wet, but there will be some pockets where rain may be a little bit more prevalent in other locations. We'll start to see things drying out slowly for Thursday morning. A few lingering showers amid the clouds that will begin to break up for more peaks of sunshine. And notice more rain to the west of the Action News 5 coverage area during the afternoon hours of Thursday, and we'll see some blow-off clouds moving in our direction as well. So kind of a back and forth between clouds and sunshine, and still a risk for a few showers, but the coverage of rain may be a little bit lower, and the reasoning why is some drier air trying to sneak in across the area for Thursday. Speaking to that, before that happens, Wednesday, surge of moisture comes in. That's that backdoor front that's going to move in from east to west going into Wednesday. So a little surge of moisture coming in here where you see these yellows and oranges and reds. That's going to continue westward. Notice the blues coming in behind it. That's the drier air trying to sneak in behind it, at least briefly, before an actual cold front starts moving through the area. This is the cold front moving towards the Mid-South Friday evening. That may kick up a couple of showers Friday evening, Friday night, before everything clears out and much cooler, drier air filters into the Mid-South heading into the upcoming weekend. You will definitely notice a big difference in our temperatures, not only in the highs, but also in the overnight low temperatures. Highs on Saturday and Sunday expected to be in the upper 70s and near 80 degrees both days. So some fantastic weather setting up for us during that time frame. 87 the high today, though, back and forth between clouds and sunshine, adding in a couple of chances for showers on your Wednesday. It's not going to be a washout, and it's not going to be in every location. Some of you will stay completely dry on Wednesday. Thursday, still a chance for a few showers. We'll call it partly sunny there, partly sunny again on Friday as we get ready for that cold front to move through the area. Typically right ahead of a cold front, get compressional heating. And so if we get enough sunshine and lack of rain, which doesn't look to be the most prevalent thing with this front moving through the area, there might be a few showers along the front Friday evening, Friday night. It will clear us out going into Saturday. I think Saturday's going to look fantastic. Of course, we got a lot of football games going on for high school football games on Friday. Hopefully, we'll stay dry this week. Last week, it was kind of hit or miss when it came down to rain and storms across the region. And some folks stayed dry. Other folks, well, you know, it came down quick, fast, and in a hurry. The Memphis Tigers going up against the Troy Trojans at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, 11 a.m. kickoff on Saturday. Not bad. Lots of sunshine, comfortable air, north breeze flowing through here around 10 to 15 miles per hour. You will definitely notice a difference that day. And when you wake up early on Sunday morning, upper 50s in the city. That means lower 50s in the outlying areas. So we'll probably do that again Sunday night into Monday morning to kick off the new work and school week. Low 80s. And I'll tell you, the extended forecast, the humidity levels don't really go up that much throughout much of next week. No, the temperatures will rebound. We'll get closer to average for this time of the year in the middle and upper 80s Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a mixture of more sunshine than clouds. But at least, again, the humidity levels remaining on the lower end of the spectrum. The best chances for rain for us likely coming in here Wednesday, even Thursday. Again, kind of teetering on that because the bulk of the moisture will be pushed down towards the south and west of the Action News 5 coverage area thanks to a northeasterly wind that's going to rebuild into the area for Thursday. We'll get ready for that front to move through here Friday, and we're off to the races for a great weekend and comfortable air for the first full weekend of September.
All right, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon. We got Action News 5 Midday coming up at the top of the hour with Jerry Askin, Ariana Poindexter, and Eric Brill. They'll take you through the next hour with all your news, headlines, and the forecast, not only for today, but for the next 7 days. And it's going to feel great outside. We were talking earlier with meteorologist Patrick Ellis talking about how it's going to feel a lot like fall this week. We might have to dodge some showers on Wednesday, but beyond that, I mean, next weekend's going to feel amazing. It's going to be dry with lots of sunshine with highs in the 80s, so should be great. And then make sure you join us once again bright and early tomorrow morning for another edition of the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We go from 7 until 11 each and every weekday morning online, on the air. You can see us on all of our digital platforms, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, YouTube, and Roku. And you can watch us on digital channel 5.3. That is the Action News 5 Plus channel. If you're an Xfinity customer, that is channel 907. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon.
vested in me by the Universal Life Church and by the state of Maine, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss. Power vested in me by the Universal Life Church and by the state
There's a
Oops. Okay, I'm losing my shoe.
whoa, what?
That sucks.
What is this high-tech thing over here, Kimmy?
What is what high-tech thing? Okay. I have no idea.
Do we need that?
Can't tell you.
It's like, here, I know how to fix it. We'll just cram some crushed up cardboard under there.
The fact that our IT department put pieces of cardboard under this new monitor to help us stand up. Okay.
We get more and more like Access TV than I care to admit. You know.
Oh, they do better. I've shot stuff there.
Hello.
Sometimes when I've been able with cable, it actually switch day.
Germantown TV has a better setup.
Hello. Sorry.
I was told yesterday every single one of them had a Post-it note on all of their offices. One was like out to lunch. One was says not here. The other one said
All the IT guys?
yeah, had. They have Post-it notes on why they're not available.
I invented Post-it notes.
Whiteout.
I'm doing like Rummy and Michelle.
Yeah. I thought it was,
Flashback.
wasn't it whiteout?
No, Post-it
Post-it
notes.
notes?
We invented Post-it notes.
Okay.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh.
Yeah, the HDMI on this isn't working. and
So
it has
how am I supposed to know?
Can you come up just a little bit on this desk?
I have no way of showing you on this TV at all. There's no way. I need help to do it. Can you try? The HDMI cable's broken. Can you try to get that to Jesse or something?
Kimmy, will you bring us up about 2 inches?
We don't know we can't see what's.
Yeah,
And I thought it was
Good?
connected to
right here.
antenna.
About a half an inch more.
At the very least, just put our station on.
There we go. Cool.
This, if we
Yeah, I
get
can hear you. Can
We
you
hear
me?
you, Jagger.
to get to this last story, there's some sound at the beginning of it, just FYI. They're saying they're
Okay,
if we
okay.
get to it.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
that
too
was-
much, Kimmy. That's too much. Stop
Yeah, I
it.
don't-
Stop it. Stop it. That's too much. There we go. She hit me.
And I'll do it again too.
I know.
Oh lordy.
It's the HDMI cord. Well, I'm assuming it's the cord, because when I move it, it sometimes works.
Remember our glass doors? They were going to put glass doors here to shut this. 2 years.
You don't need it for the show? I mean, it would be nice to know when we're off air and when we're on air. We can't see. There's not a monitor anywhere near.
Do we need a monitor for the show? I'm going to be real quiet right now.
Are there mics good?
Yeah.
It's not like super. Brent's gonna come down and look.
It's kind of urgent.
Tell the TFP to tell youth immunity when you're clear. So when he tells you you're clear, that means you're clear.
They always do anyway, so.
Okay.
Well, huh? They tell who?
Me.
They don't tell when you're. They don't tell me.
Jagger always just says when they're all clear, so.
Will you tell her that?
Yeah, I'll do a thumbs up.
Okay.
Isn't it interesting how we have more people for this when we do our main newscast?
How far out are we?
So that's why he was saying if
We're about a minute away. So look at this. They replaced this monitor this morning. Look what they did to fix it.
Cardboard.
That's high tech right there.
and I'll do it to file a health
Innovation
so
at
in
its size.
case he doesn't forget.
I'll do it. Can we do it?
I want to see that help ticket.
Did you order a new bracelet?
I have not ordered it yet. I'm gonna do it. I
Need
need
to
to do it.
remove crushed coffee boxes from underneath monitor.
Why is that? I mean, what does that do? Why?
Look around, Kimmy, and it all makes sense.
No, it doesn't. You
Look around, and it
less
all makes sense. Look around.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Taking action for you. This is Action News 5 Now.
Welcome to Tuesday, everybody. Hope you had a great Labor Day weekend, and the weather is gorgeous. This is Action News 5 Now. I'm Kim Clark.
And I'm meteorologist Ron Childers. What a great day indeed. We had an absolutely beautiful Labor Day. Hope you enjoyed that. And I tell you what, it's a little tough coming back to work today for many folks.
A little? A lot.
I don't know. I was already here. So, hey, let me give you your first alert to what's going on in the area. Here it is, a terrific Tuesday. Yeah, we got another mild day underway. Now, clouds are increasing, and it is dry for now, but we're going to see rain approaching soon. At Memphis International, we've got a mostly cloudy sky, 85. Kim, it feels like it's 84.
I believe it.
That's because the air is still relatively dry, but we got a lot of moisture streaming in from the west and from the south. That's ultimately going to lead to some showers in the area. Right now, our first alert Doppler radar, nothing to show you there. We're doing pretty good. Yeah. Now, there are a couple of stray showers over by the shoals of Alabama, east of the Tennessee River, but for us, we're doing pretty good. Now, as we take a look at the clouds and radar imagery, look at those clouds streaming in from the west. We got a disturbance working its way through Texas, driving clouds in, but moisture is also driving north from the Gulf of Mexico. That's ultimately going to bring some rain to the mid-south. But for the remainder of the afternoon and the evening, I think we're in good shape. We are adding a 20% chance for a stray shower at 7 and 8 this evening. I think the better chance is going to be along and west of the Mississippi River, but overall, a nice pattern. Mid-80s at 4 and 5. We'll be in the mid-80s at 6 and ultimately ending up in the 60s for most areas overnight tonight. Now, here's what you need to know. We've got more rain on the way. Below average temperatures are going to continue. And as a matter of fact, even cooler temperatures are coming. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And that's going to lead to a perfect weekend coming our way. And I can't wait to tell you about it. It's the last weekend of the Delta Fair.
Yep.
Beautiful weather for that. A lot of stuff going on around the Mid-South this weekend, so you're going to really love it. But got a little rain to get through first. Tell you more about that coming up.
But we need the rain, too. Still.
We desperately need the rain. By the way, Mississippi River is at right around -6 feet on the gauge.
Okay.
So we're starting to get to that critical stage, kind of a dry point of the year. And a lot of lawns, plants, trees, they need the rain. We got some over the weekend, but could certainly use more. And we'll talk more about that coming up. In the meantime, what have you collected for us today?
Well, I have a bunch of stories that we have taken off of the actionnews5.com webpage so that you can, if you want to go back and look at more details, you can feel free. It's on actionnews5.com. But we're starting off with a story about a little 3-year-old boy got lost in a massive cornfield. It was late at night. It was
not
dark.
A corn maze.
No, a cornfield, and this was in the rural area of Fond du Lac County in Wisconsin. So this is a huge cornfield. Well, it's dark.
Yeah, and it's just acres and acres and acres of corn.
6-foot tall corn.
Yeah.
So what do? You can try and find them by foot, but it's going to be hard. So what they did was the police department there has heat-seeking drones.
Look at that.
With a light. So the police put out the drone. The deputies followed the lights from the drone and found the little boy.
Isn't that
amazing?
Else?
That is amazing.
Wow. And then there's the body cam from the police officers coming up on the. Oh, that's great.
Isn't it?
Wow, that's thick.
Yeah, it is. He was surrounded by 6-foot tall stalks of corn. He's fine, about a half mile from his home. Apparently, he ran into the cornfield after a cat.
Oh.
No word on what happened to the cat at this point in time, but the cat probably is fine.
The cat's fine. Saying, hey, there was a kid. I lost him. I was able to shake the kid. Wow.
Anyway, the little boy is doing well, though.
My grandfather grew corn at a farm in Hickory Flat, Mississippi. Grew corn. I seem to remember there being much more space between the rows. That looked like it was really tight and compact in there.
Yeah, it did.
Wow,
It
that's
did.
something else.
Yeah, it is. Pretty incredible. Okay, have you heard of a kidney donor chain? A live kidney donor chain?
No.
Well, this is really interesting. April Newson and Susan Brow of Kansas City, Kansas, they've been best friends they say their entire life. Well, Brow said she never had second thoughts about donating her kidney when she found out her best friend needed a kidney, but she later found out she's not a match. However, the University of Kansas Health System suggested the living donor chain, which increases the number of available organs for transplant. The way this works is chains are created when someone wants to donate a kidney, but they don't match the person, the family or friend that they want to match. So they donate a kidney to someone else. That someone else gets the kidney, then someone that's related to that person donates a kidney in payment.
That's great.
And then it goes on and on and on, and eventually comes back to the person, the original person. So there's like 6 people, a total of 8 people in this chain, and besides those 2, 6 other people.
That's brilliant.
4 people got donor hearts, and 4 people, so all in all, 4 people got donor kidneys, and 4 people donated.
Yeah, my mother was a heart transplant recipient. I remember going through that many years ago.
Yeah.
You know, just that uncertainty, unknowing,
Yes.
where's that organ going
Yes.
to come from?
Yeah.
You know, is it going to get here in time?
Exactly.
This is a brilliant setup.
And
I
they
love
said that they also said that living kidney donations last 3 to 5 years longer than the average deceased donor kidney. So there's that as
Yeah.
well. And on average, a person is added to the National Kidney Transplant List every 10 minutes.
I hope everybody has filled out their donor card
Definitely,
on their
definitely.
driver's license or registered. You know, it's as I mentioned, it's impacted my family, but there's so many people out there who are waiting. It's
Definitely.
a life and death wait for organs.
And this is just a good way. This way, even if you're not a match, you can still donate and maybe start a chain. And that chain will, you know, help more people as well as the person that you're concerned about and love. Know and love. Okay.
Nice.
Okay, a family, you've heard of a gar, the fish.
The fish?
Yeah, a gar.
Yeah.
Ever heard of a black gar?
No.
Well, it's pretty incredible looking. The Brandt and Williams families went on a fishing trip. They were fishing on the sandbars of Saluda, South Carolina. Look at that thing. When one of the rods on the boat started bouncing, they noticed this black log-like figure in the water, so they all pitched in and got it up to the... And that's what it was. It's a black gar caught completely. Black long-nosed gar.
Those
It's
things
about
are huge, too.
Yeah, it's about 2.5 to 3 feet long.
Whoa.
Yeah, the long-nosed gar are native to South Carolina, so that's not that unusual, but the melanism is what caused it to be dark. That is very rare.
That's something
Anyway,
else.
pretty cool, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But they ended up letting it, they caught it and then released it after they took a few pictures.
It's good. That's a mean fish,
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Mhm.
Anyway, time now to take a break, but when we come back, we're going to tell you about a man who juggles, what is it? He juggles and while jogging. You
I
wanna
got to see this.
Yeah. I can tell when we come up because the open plays, but I can't tell when we're out.
Right.
So, remember when Dick Holly used to freeze at the end of the cut-ins? He's like,
what was funny though is when you would see like Pokey Joe or one of the
Everybody-
camera people walking in front of the camera, and
he's frozen. He would freeze. It's like, Dick, you don't
they
need
would
to.
take that there was that studio.
Yeah,
shot.
and he
So
was
they
like-
would go from that to the studio shot, and then the camera crew would all be walking around, and
he's frozen. And finally he said, Dick, there's no need to freeze. We want you to be...
That wasn't the weirdest thing. The weirdest thing was when we sent him off with a huge retirement, and then Monday he was on
Back.
the air doing cut-ins.
sitting in the...
Out there.
I think I accidentally did.
Doing crosswords.
Do I, like,
But he was still
press
doing
it.
the cut-ins too.
Press it again. Yeah. Like hold it down.
Just press it. Oh, click this.
And then go up, right? Because it's the same.
Yeah, press go.
Okay. All right, you can go back.
All right, 15. Thanks. I was like, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
You're watching Action News 5 Now.
All right, everyone, where a Cleveland, Ohio man is really turning heads because he's juggling while jogging. You heard me. Juggling while jogging. Stuart will joggle just about anywhere and is unafraid that his traveling circus might fail. Not afraid at all. Check him out.
There's a rhythm to the way Drew Stewart runs. Not that he always enjoys it.
For a long time, running was something I knew that I should do, and I would just kind of do it because part of a good, healthy routine.
But somehow he's found a way to make others smile.
People are never expecting to see it.
Watching him run.
Nothing like training like the best to be the best.
A jogging juggler.
Is he in a circus? Never seen nothing like that ever, and I run a lot, bro.
I juggle every day, but I run and juggle probably 4 times a month, maybe 5 times a month.
Balancing the need to stay in shape.
Probably juggling nonstop.
With a newfound joy.
It was around COVID when I learned to juggle that it occurred to me I could combine the two, and running turned from something that was a little bit of a chore into something that was super fun, and I looked forward to it every time. A set of juggling balls is like having a drum set in your pocket. I mean, I'm doing it with 3 here, but you could do it with 4, 5, 6. You know, you get bored, just add 1 more.
And he'll go just about anywhere.
Very impressive.
Unafraid that this traveling circus may fail.
It doesn't matter if you drop it, doesn't matter if you look stupid or whatever. Whoop, my bad. Because you're gonna run away anyway.
I've never seen anybody jog and juggle. Proof that trying something new
That takes a whole different level of core strength, balance, and everything.
doesn't mean you need to hide until it works.
Puts me in touch with people just out and about in the world. Morning. It helps to facilitate social connection, which I think is one of the most important things just to maintain a healthy life.
I have trouble walking, just coming down the hill or up the hill.
It's a little out there. Thanks, bro. But maybe it gives people permission to just do what you want to do, be yourself.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Go experiment. Don't care about failing in public.
Look at him. He just was off.
I think I will.
Let me get some pins.
And now Ron is gonna juggle.
I'm
while
gonna
doing
I'm gonna
work.
juggle y'all's phones. Here we go. Not mine though.
Nope.
I'm gonna make this tonight.
And there's no audio for these social.
Okay.
I put them from a package, so.
Found a new recipe. You remember that recipe I gave Patrick for lemon chicken?
Okay, yeah.
I found
You
a
also
new
gave me
one.
a cat cora recipe. For that we still make that. We still make that. That is so good.
Where is it?
Broccolini and Italian sausage.
Where is that?
What's this interactive flat panel that's in a box for 10 months?
It's a touch screen that Mark said we could use for weather, so Ron can touch the screen.
Looks great in the box.
Mm-hmm.
Ay, ay, ay.
I've got to go shopping. I don't want to go shopping, but I need to go shopping.
You don't want to go shopping?
It won't let me go. Oh
hate going to the mall.
man! I saved this and it won't
Yeah, I do too.
say.
But my clothes, my body's going through so many. I don't know what size I wear.
Go to one store and then go home and then order the rest online.
I've tried that, so, but
15.
everything's, you know,
Different each
if I've got to try on a few different brands to see.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
You're watching Action News 5 Now.
What time is it, Ron?
It is time for Social Plays of the Day.
Yes, that is where we look at different postings on our social media platforms from Facebook, X, Instagram, and YouTube.
Shark bite.
Shark bite. Shark bite. No.
Shark bite.
No, we're not doing a shark bite, but we're going to do something else.
Shark bite.
This is in Arizona. An Arizona couple, they're kind of lucky right now. They're lucky to be alive. So are their dogs because someone ran into their house with a car.
Oh,
going
this
pretty
wasn't
fast.
shark bite. This was
No, yeah. Check this out. Check this out. They were just standing there minding their own business. The dogs were in front of there. That he was.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? There's the. Look at that.
So what happened?
That car went all the. Well, apparently, an 18-year-old Valentin Espinoza was arrested in connection with this crash and charged with driving under the influence, criminal damage, and endangerment. Fortunately, the couple and their dogs, even though it looks really bad for the dogs, but they're all doing well. So, thank goodness for that. But I bet
Wow.
that was
that was miraculous. No one was hurt or killed.
Yes, definitely. All right, so here's another video that we're going to share with you.
Shark bite.
No.
No?
Ron's determined about it. Shark bite. We'll get to the shark bite tomorrow. Hannah,
Oh,
keep
you're
the
gonna
shark
make me
bite for
wait.
tomorrow, Hannah. We ran out of room today for our story, so
That's a
we'll
good
try
one,
and
too.
yeah, it is. Okay.
All right.
Okay, so fire crews in Muscle Shoals, Alabama were dispatched to a grass fire over the weekend. Approximately 1 acre of land was on fire. When they got there, the smoke and wind turned into a
Smoke-nado?
Smoke-nado or fire-nado, whatever you want to call it. Look at that.
Yep. So as the air rises vertically, it starts to rotate counterclockwise, and you get that little vortex. And yeah, that is a smoke-nado. So it's being made from the warm smoke rising. There have been fire-nados.
Yeah,
that's
those
when
are
you
not-
see that whole column of fire
Yeah.
rising. But yeah, that's an actual meteorological process taking place in the
That's crazy.
atmosphere right there.
That's
wow,
wild.
that's something else.
Isn't
Okay,
it?
I'm glad we saw that instead
Makes me
of the
wanna
shark
cough,
bite. Yeah, no kidding.
Anyway.
But are we going to do the shark bite tomorrow?
We're going to do the shark bite tomorrow.
Oh, you have to
Shark
tune in
bite.
for that.
He's
That's the one
shark
story
bite,
I knew
shark bite,
about.
Shark bite.
I thought that was coming up.
Hey, we just did a story about a man who juggles while he jogs. Can you juggle while you do the weather now?
Give me your phone,
No,
Hannah's
no,
phone,
no,
and
no.
Lydian's, and
Okay,
I'll
never
juggle
mind.
those.
Never mind.
Not mine.
No, never mind. Use yours. Okay.
Let me give you the first alert. What do you say we not juggle and just
Yeah,
do
okay.
this, huh? Clouds are starting to stream in from the west. It's been a beautiful day today, but I think as we get into the evening hours, we're going to see a mostly cloudy sky developing here in the Mid-South, and there could be a stray shower. Now, right now, all the rain's back into Texas, and by the way, some of that rain causing massive flooding
Really?
in parts of Texas, right there around San Antonio. I mean, massive flooding in that area. They had heavy rain yesterday.
A lot of flooding in Texas this
Big
year.
time.
Different areas. Yeah.
And that's not even from tropical storm systems.
That's just rain.
Yeah, that's just
Huh.
the systems they've been working with there. Let's take a closer look at what's going on here in the Mid-South, though, because right now, Kim, typically we're right around 90 degrees
Yeah.
this time of year. Look at this. We're mid-80s. Now, Oxford is at 90. We're finding mid and upper 80s.
And there's no
over
crazy
much of-
feels like either.
No, it's so nice. The air's still dry. We're at 85 in Memphis. Tonight, we're going to fall in the upper 60s around much of West Tennessee. I think Memphis will be slightly warmer at 72. We'll find lower 70s across much of northern Mississippi. Mid to upper 60s near 70 in eastern Arkansas. Here in Memphis, it will be mostly cloudy. There's a 20% chance of a stray shower, and really I think the better chance is going to be along and west of the river. I'll show you that in just a second. We'll fold to 72, but that wind's going to shift around to the southeast. That's going to bring more moisture. It's going to feel a little muggy too as we get on into the next couple of days. But from now until about 10, mainly dry conditions, low to mid 70s, but we're going to be dealing with a lot more cloud cover in the area. And then late night and by early morning, I think we're going to see a few stray showers developing. Not a lot of activity, more clouds and rain by 8 in the morning, still in the low to mid 70s, but as we get into the day, it's really going to start to converge along and west of the Mississippi River in eastern Arkansas, where I think many areas, especially along and north of the 40 corridor, could just be in for a rainy day tomorrow. By the evening hours, it starts to taper off. The cloud's not going anywhere, but we're still going to keep a chance of rain into Thursday, and there's a slight chance for early Friday, but I think you're going to like the way the rest of the week plays out after tomorrow. So 40% chance of showers at 7 in the morning. At noon, at 3, we're looking at a 40% chance, and then it drops off to about 20% at 5. We're going to spend most of the day in the 70s, although I think our high tomorrow will top out at about 83 in between showers. So 40% chance overall. And look, there will be some people in the area, Kim, that don't get a drop of rain. Then, look at these temps. We're going to be near 80 for the weekend.
That looks so much different than last week's.
Looks wonderful. And then the precipitation trend. So over the next 7 days, Wednesday's the better chance for rain. Tapers off from there, but let me show you the weekend. Sunny and 80. Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be beautiful. Great get outdoors weekend. Eric's going to talk more about the rain coming up on Action News 5 at 4. And of course, he'll have another peek into that weekend forecast too. And I'll see you again at 5.
And of course, Joyce Peters and I will be joining him as well on Action News 5 at 4. But first, we've got some more coming up here on Action News 5 now. Joe Birch will be up after the break. He's going to share a story about a sweet grandma.
Did you see the video?
I thought it was Shark Bite. I thought that was social play.
It wasn't really like.
I mean, it wasn't like not like Jaws, but it's still pretty cool looking though.
When a shark bites a boat, that's cool.
Ron, shark bite, shark bite.
Shark bite.
Here it is. The intro.
Am I introducing a package?
Yes.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Joe Birch, once again, we're thinking purple tie, blue suits, blue shirt.
Robin and Joyce.
Yesterday.
Robin and Joyce will talk.
There we go. Look at that.
Oops. It was purchased that.
Thank you, ma'am.
And there's the microphone.
Yes, ma'am. It is still attached to it.
I got it off.
I'll assist you any way I
Okay,
can, ma'am.
here we go. Thank
Thank
you.
you, ma'am.
Thank you, Joe.
Yes, ma'am.
We can probably talk quicker than that. I think we might actually be good. Yeah, I think that what you did for the rundown helped give us a thought.
Just in case.
When I do the countdown, that means, all right, I'm going to stop doing my weather now instead
Like
of.
kind of like a K. Yeah.
I need to give a fake rundown or a fake countdown. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what producers deal with every day with Ron.
I mean, yeah.
Hey, this is Birch. Have you got a good mic on me? This is Joe Birch reporting.
You sound good.
Sounds good.
Does he need is his head cut off at all in this shot?
You can raise it a little bit. Do you know how to do it?
Oh, you can do it from here?
Click JVC, and then, you're already on it.
This
And
one?
Yep.
Like that?
Yeah. Okay. Very good. And if you usually these are like the tabs when you click on the JVC. It's this one. So sometimes it'll have you on the first one. So it's just the zoom control.
And how do you go back? Media?
Yeah.
Cool.
Media.
Looking out for you. Don't want your head cut off, Joe.
I so appreciate that. I didn't want to go to the guillotine today. That could ruin your whole day.
Yeah.
Now I'm just thinking of Game of Thrones. So I'm watching that right now.
For the first time? So good. House of Dragons is good too.
Do we have a monitor working today or no? No.
She's gonna cue
15,
you. And you can see yourself too.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
You're watching Action News 5 Now.
Welcome back to Action News 5 Now. I'm Joe Birch to tell you there's no more loving or warm place to be than in the arms of a grandmother. Am I right? There's just no replacement for it. But not everybody has a living grandmother, and not everyone has a grandmother who lives close enough to be that intimate friend that all grandchildren yearn for. Well, we have a story about a woman in Jonesboro, Arkansas now who made it her mission to be a grandmother to those who need one. She loves hundreds of children in her community, and Diana Davis shares her story with us right now.
If If only every school had a Granny Bobo. That's what the children call her, both young and old.
She's the one, like, when you're getting in trouble with your teacher, you're gonna go to Granny Bobo. She's gonna help you.
Her name is Velma Bobo, and she has served as a foster grandparent for 25 years at Tuckerman Elementary. It's all part of the White River Area Agency on Aging Foster Grandparent Program.
Our foster grandparents are assigned to children that have special or exceptional needs. Those children it could be that they have a parent that's incarcerated.
You can't take the school out of me working with these children.
She hardly misses. I think she had to miss one day. She had some slight health problems, and having to miss that one day just drove her insane.
At 92, she has decided to retire, but not before making a lasting impression on generations of young people. She loves them, and they love her right back.
And there wasn't a day that I wasn't down here visiting Granny Bobo. Like, we're having a bad morning, you know, your mom drops you off, and you go and you're like, Granny Bobo, I had a bad morning, and that hug, it was a change for a better day.
We arranged for Granny Bobo to make one more trip to school. There were lots of tears and memories shared about a woman who has faithfully served this school since 1999.
I wanted to surprise you. Well, you sure did.
You have enriched the lives of so many young people here in this community. I think it is 200 plus, over 25 years.
Yes.
If that doesn't deserve a round of applause, I don't know what does. Just to illustrate how many days were spent holding students' hands and wiping away tears on a bad day, Granny Bobo has given over 20,241 hours of time as a foster grandparent.
Maybe having some problems that they don't feel like speaking with somebody else. But you are there to listen to them. You know, just take your time out and just listen to them and encourage them.
There is no more noble way to serve humanity than how you have, Velma Bobo. You are the next winner in the Great Acts of Kindness. 300, 400, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Community Bank is where community comes first, and it seems as you've done that.
Granny Bobo, overwhelmed with emotion. And those hugs, well, they came right back to her. Diana Davis, K8 News.